Your belief immediately Rapture, and look at the damage that Crimson Tide has dealt. He's done so much work. Oh, what are you doing this time? This time around, they managed to get off a pretty decent game to put it.
Yeah.
But the damage, it's Dragon Tail. The Nightmare is out though. Do you want this? They do manage to get off the LT, and they're controlling the DK, but the vacuum is phenomenal. And Junaid now, he stands and delivers. Remember me, you want to put the Grimstrike LT out as well. Slinks on the front line, means that they will finish off the Doom. 5 back beat. The RP is on 3, and 3 will die alongside it. They 5 back immediately though, because they have to freedom. They still get the contour, and they managed to break down at least one. And Deppy, he's still alive though. This is ridiculous. How haven't you fallen yet? Jappa gets straight back in, and Remedy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time of the week again. It is EGL One, and tonight we have two of the best teams in South Africa. Both sides would accept nothing other than first place as a satisfactory result. My name is HellbirD. I'm joined by notAhero, and you're about to watch Sinister 5 versus Energy Esports. notAhero, welcome. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this. Upper bracket finals, two great sides.
Yeah, and these two teams are grudge matches at the moment. The series they're playing are back and forth. The one team completely obliterates the other one, and then the next series it's a complete reversal, and it's going to be such hectic Dota. Arguably the two best teams in the country. I think XT will have something to say about that, but yeah, probably the two best teams in the country. They gonna have a crack over series, and they kind of also following their own meta. They're not really like following what the rest of the tournament has been doing, and also not really the EU scene. I know Frank and Castaway are kind of playing Southeast Asia only, and their team is kind of built around a Southeast Asian concept or meta, if you can say. And interesting to see what that's going to bring to the table.
Well, with that said, the current results between these two sides have been back and forth. With Energy, I would say, ahead at this point. In the past 5 matches, Energy have won 3 and lost 2, I believe. In fact, I lie, they've won 4 of the last 5 matches on. And that is a pretty crazy result up against something like Sin 5. 2-0, 3-2, 3-2, 0-3 loss, and then 2-1 respectively. So Energy certainly are ahead at the moment in the most recent of times, but Sinister 5 have been making a lot of changes. As you mentioned, they're playing their own meta, but one of the interesting things, they've brought back Chosen One, I believe. I'm not getting this wrong. Okay.
Yeah, C1. Yeah.
So I want to give everyone a little bit of a history lesson, because Chosen One has not been around, at least front of mind for me, for a very long time.
2019 Comic-Con actually was the last time I saw him play a competitive match.
So it's a really interesting player to see come back in, because Chosen One's had a interesting history in the sense that, you know, when we look back at South African Dota, and we often talk about Bravado, we're actually talking about then Bravado Black, soon, which then became Bravado Emotion. They were actually the sister team to Bravado Blue, which was two Bravado Dota 2 teams existing at the same time. In fact, they played a final against each other for the likes of, I think it was Arena. They actually played a final against each other at some point. So there were two sides, and one of them was the side that boasted players like Scant and Dylan and Holocaust, Radox and the Holocaust, and then obviously one of them was also Chosen One. So they had like an interesting roster that existed all the way back then. So Chosen One goes that far back, but he hasn't ever had the same kind of presence, I would say, as somebody like, you know, let's say Adestam, who's been around for as long, but has just been in the top echelon of Dota for much, much longer, even though Chosen One seems to appear in these like high level spots. So it is interesting to see him here.
Before we carry on with that, it does not look like C1 is playing. It looks like MD is back into the roster for tonight's game.
Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, ignore all of that then. But I mean, I guess the point still stands that Sin 5 don't exactly have the most stable roster at the moment. mean, they were trialing out Dota and Die, MD. I guess Chosen One somewhere in the mix. And
the thing is, though, even though they're still one of the best teams in the country by far, I kind of think they trying to reform and rebuild, because it would have been so easy for Castaway just to go back to middle, Dota and Die go back to offlane, and then you would have probably seen an extremely scary Sun 5. But they decided to put Dota and Die in the mid lane. They're keeping this Castaway plus Frank lane in the off lane, because they feel that's where they're strong and that's where they want to build at. And like Castaway said in the previous interview we had with him, he kind of said that he wants to move away from the mid lane. He doesn't feel like that's his position anymore. He needs to be playing something else. When he was in India, he even played carry. He wasn't playing mid. And now he's doing this pos 3 thing and looking solid. So just to see what MD is going to bring to the table. He was their sign or they pick up earlier in the year and came over from WRG, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he came over from WRG. So been in big teams, has the experience, has played multiple tournaments, but it's just kind of how is this Sin 5 meta that we're talking about going to develop in the series, or are these players swapping in and out going to be able to maintain it, or it's going to go back to basics and play standard solid Dota?
I also think that it must be very difficult for a player like MD to come back into the roster and just somehow have to kind of settle back in with people that I guess got rid of you. I mean, there's no nice way. I'm sure they would say it as nicely as possible, but you know, notAhero, I've really enjoyed casting with you. It's been great, but you know, I'm really going to try somebody else. So you know, good luck.
And then a week later, you're like, "Hey, welcome back."
notAhero, it didn't work out. So, but the point is, there's not like a great, way to actually tell somebody you don't want to work with them anymore, and that's really what it comes down to. So it's got to be an interesting experience, something like MD trying to settle back in, maybe additional pressure, feeling like I can play myself back into the team now, or potentially like, you know, I don't even want to be here anymore, who knows, right? And that's a big deal when you're playing up against side like NG Esports, who are doing nothing but winning at the moment. They're in a really great position. They consistently win events, and I mean, right now, we want to call it like a 3-horse race, where there's, you know, Energy, Sinister 5, and XD, and the 3 that are remaining with us, they're those 3, but at the same time, Energy just feel like they have like a horse head ahead of the rest at the moment.
Yeah, they've looked extremely scary when they've gotten their draft right. The games where they dropped, I kind of do feel they were completely outdrafted. But that does happen sometimes. It's a competitive game, bans and drafts, and sometimes we overthink a little bit. But I think when they've gotten the draft like solidified it and they've ticked all the boxes, then Energy has looked like the stronger side. Like early in the year, we saw them do a comeback against Sun 5, a Shadow Fiend solo holding the Ancient against 3 heroes because his entire team is dead with no buyback. Adastam getting the Requiem of his life off and him turning the entire series and winning it. So there's been extreme clutch moments in this team, and it's confidence. They must be confident going into this. They know this year they've gotten the track record against Sun 5, and like me and Adam are good friends. Adastam beginning of the year and Adastam now are 2 different beasts. He is looking exceptional. He's looking actually so good.
I can't remember that enough, because there was actually a point where I thought, oh, maybe Adam's done. Maybe this was, you know, maybe this is a season where we start to really see the cracks. And then,
but no, now he looks hungry.
It's like. It's really funny. I actually imagine it being something like that, like something like, you know, Adam, you're not as good as you once were, and then just all of a sudden, like, I'll show them, and then, well, he didn't, because he went beyond that. He actually became, I think, the best he's ever been, and he has been killing it at the moment. I mean, he's a devastating player who's having enormous.
If you had to ask me who's the best mid laner in SA right now, I would say Adam, by far. Like
Totally agree.
Even in unfavorable matchups, he pulls it out and his heroes look good. He always creates pressure on the map. His item choices are, I'm not going to say new and fresh, but they're very tempo orientated. If he comes out of the lane really strong, he doesn't hesitate to pick up a Boots of Travel on his hero, even when he's playing like Shadow Fiend, Boots of Travel first item. And he just starts running around the map, creating pressure, pushing the side lanes in, then going back to middle, So yeah, just really good data. We saw his puck game where he he outfarmed the Alchemist or Medusa or something that was on the team with him, just by puck with Boots of Travel outfarming his Medusa, even into a 40-minute game. He's just looking so good.
He's very effective at the moment around the map. He creates a lot of pressure on his opponents.
But can I tell you why I think this game's going to be won or lost though? And
yes, please.
That's the support battle. You've got TKC and Soup for the side of Energy versus Schlinks and Frank. Schlinks is Sin 5's, I guess unsung hero is the wrong word because they do sing his praises, but Schlinks is my unsung hero of the SA Dota scene. He's been one of the best players in the country by far for many years, and and he's playing POS 5 at the moment, and he's effectively some games carrying from that position. He is an extremely solid player, and we know what Frank can do, and TKC and Soup need to match that tempo or beat it. Otherwise, I do think Sin 5 will take it. This is decided by the supports.
I think that's a very fair point as well, because when I think of Schlinks, he's been alongside legends, right? I mean, you think about the Whelps and the Traxians and the Filthy Franks when they're playing in those support roles, right? Schlinks has always been there. He's been there for so long, and he's just this solid, capable player who, I mean, even in fact, when I think about it, I think he's even done support duos with like Odu, for example. I mean, this guy has he's been around forever. It's crazy. And the fact is, he's just always there. He's always in a strong team, and
There was also the phases where he played carry for, was it Bravado? I remember the Schlinks Sven was a thing.
Yeah. Okay, anyways, well, look, I mean, I like it. Let's see, because, I mean, for me, TKC is a very established Dota player, but he isn't actually as established as a support player. Obviously doing very well at the moment, so, you know, better than mine, but obviously, you know, in the past, playing mid, you know, this is an interesting place for him to be in. And then, of course, Soup, same kind of position, where he's even newer, and he also definitely wasn't a support player when we first started mentioning his name. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do up against, two very solid support players. Let's see if that is going to be the difference. Can Energy just keep this ball rolling, or will Sinister 5 take them out? We're going to show you shortly, because we're already stuck in the drafting phases. A little bit of admin to do. You guys know it's got to come out. So for those of you watching in-game, please come to the YouTube channel. You can find it by just simply going to YouTube and then searching for Evesports. You'll see us live, and you'll see notAhero's fantastic haircut today. I don't know if it actually is a haircut. His hair looks lovely today. No cap required. And then, of course, you can also join us with the chat, and you can stand to win some free stuff. We are going to be giving away a t-shirt today, an EGL One shirt. Beautiful little bit of merchandise to remember the very first EGL Season 1. All right, with that out the way, notAhero, you have lots of fun on this draft. Let's go.
Both these teams have flown through this first phase. The banning phase started, Phoenix Hoodwink insta-banned by Sin 5, and then instantly Treant and Axe taken out by Energy Esports. Both teams doing homework, knowing what the other team has been picking and drafting. And then Energy opens up with two of probably the strongest heroes in the meta at the moment, is Nyx Assassin and Templar Assassin. TA is really strange at the moment because teams can run her as a 1 or 2. She can play mid and safe lane. I guess from both roles she kind of stays the 1 position, but it can go mid or safe lane. And we saw OG in the TI qualifier run TA safe lane for Sumail, and this Dragonlance Death, so Ag's build just took over the map. He was always in the right places because of all the traps he puts down. It's extremely scary. The hero is very strong. It is an Adestam staple, so I'm not sure if they'll move that to the likes of Depi. But TA in the hands of Depi or Adam sounds extremely scary, and that'll definitely be then a Soup Nyx Assassin. Nyx really good against the AA that Sinister 5 picked up, and then but both teams support plus core instantly. Support plus core, AA plus Terrorblade, really nice. Nyx Assassin plus TA, and then Sinister 5 instantly takes out the Darkseer. I guess Terrorblade is one of the heroes that can't really pressure Darkseer much in the lane, especially if he has an AA with him.
I just had to say, what's really interesting about it as well is the first 4 picks of them, the 3 of those make up the most picked heroes at the moment in the professional circuit. Terrorblade, Nyx Assassin, Templar Assassin, and actually followed by Puck would be the 4th one. But they've picked up 3 of them. Where's Wyvern these days? Wyvern's actually fairly low down, believe it or not. But I think he's only just been picking up steam. I think that's why. But I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Winter Wyvern come out as well. Also because I feel like it is such a huge flex at the moment. We've seen the hero been run as an offlaner. We know it's obviously a phenomenal support, and now we've just been witnessed what can happen when Winter Wyvern goes wild. You know, it's pretty scary stuff.
It's been interesting.
Yeah. Think we'll see
So-
another
so-
assassin? We're missing one. Phantom assassin. Think we'll make its way? We'll get all the assassins in Dota in the game.
Nah, leave that hero. It needs a buff, otherwise it's not good.
10 seconds
Um,
remaining.
Sun 5 then kind of just wants to secure their Terrorblades lane by the
5
looks of their
seconds
bans. They've
remaining.
taken out the Darkseer. TB can't really harass him, so like he'll free farm against the Darkseer, but Darkseer will also free farm. And then they take out the Pit Lord, the Abyssal Underlord. Really good against Terrorblade, the damage reduction. He's just an overall strong laner. And he's also one of the better like Crimson Guard buyers. Like the hero is not very popular at the moment, but it's pretty good against TB with illusions. And then Esports decided to take out Kunkka and Viper, both TA counters.
Radiant team
Mainly because
back.
Torrent does damage in instances. I think it's 8 of them. So it can take off the TA's refraction. Viper, obviously, poison attack. TA doesn't like that. So just trying to secure their TA's lane. That does tell me that this is going to be a... Oh, I guess
Radiant
both those heroes can go mid and offlane as well. So it's not going to necessarily be a... Okay, it's going to be a mid TA. Because Huskar banned as well. We want to give our TA as good of a game as possible. That's what's happening here. And Sun 5 decides to take out Legion Commander. Legion, good against the illusions from Terrorblade. It's also a hero that can get on top of him, duel him with Blade Mail, and pretty much blow him up instantly with the Nyx close by. And Energy go for a sneaky Bambi, an Enchantress. How do you feel about this hero at the moment, HellbirD? Seems like Viking GG was really
10
favoring this hero
seconds
a lot.
remaining.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we see these kind of heroes come in and out of the meta.
5
So if
seconds
you think about like the
remaining.
Puppy Chen, right? It's like one of those things that like comes and goes as it breaks in popularity. But what I do think is interesting about Enchantress, obviously she's a bit more flexible now. I do think you can still run her as a support or a core at a pinch, and I do think that it gives you a bit of an interesting, I would say, toolkit for a hero. I mean, it does heal, it does a fair amount of damage with impetus, and of course, it's weirdly tanky, right? So up against things like Terrorblade, for example, it actually, well, not against that thing will have no problem. But it's just got an interesting toolkit, and I think that is something you have to somewhat respect. However, my biggest problem with the Enchantress here is I still think she relies heavily on her heal, and well, that's out the window because you're picking that into an Ancient Apparition.
I agree, but you do have the Nyx Assassin that can always hunt for
10
this AA in the
seconds
team
remaining.
fights. But there's a small little mechanic as well, which is not
5
crucial,
seconds
but
remaining.
she can also take over a TB illusion in the team fight.
Mm.
And then you kind of have your own, like, one Terrorblade illusion to, like, put onto an AA, for instance. Like, a farm Terrorblade illusion will kill an AA. So she can always also, like, take it over, put it onto the AA, zone him, put it onto the Sand King, stop a Blink Dagger. There's little cute plays that can happen there. It also gives them additional push because she can take over the creeps and then push with this Templar Assassin. If TA has decent levels and Bambi rocks up middle with 2 creeps and just puts pressure on the tower, the mid tower will go down. So I won't be surprised if this Templar Assassin goes Deso first item, just to kind of, okay, I'm going to get Deso, then I can push with this Enchantress. The Nyx will kind of give us vision to let us know it's safe. And they kind of have like a little snowbally effect to it. So interesting to see how that's going to play out. Energy, this looks like it's a mid TA. So what is Deppy going to play here? Like he's laning against this, probably a pos 3 Sand King.
Dire team
I guess you don't want to take anything. Oh, well.
No.
So that's
Tide
probably
Hunter.
their off laner. I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't lane too badly against Terrorblade. It's pretty good.
you know,
Tanky. AA can't really harass the Tide that much. So interested to see if he's going to go the 33 build where you rush Helm of Dominator. You start with no items, and then you get Helm of Iron Wall first item, because that's actually ridiculously good against Terrorblade in the lane. Even if he pops meta, you're gonna have armor and additional HP regen just by rushing Helm of Iron Wall. And I think if he gets a what's the Satyr Mindstealer creep, the big one that gives additional
the
regen,
Duke
I think.
friend.
Yeah, yeah, I
Goku?
think
I
this.
think that's where we look. This Goku. Okay, of course it's gonna come out.
There we
Thank you.
go.
I wanted to.
Yeah, it's okay. We know it's a Frank Techies and what chaos it can create. But Energy, they didn't even touch it.
Radiant
They knew
team
it was
back.
in the hero pool for Sun
Yeah.
5, but it wasn't even touched. So I guess they feel they can play around it. They've got 2 ranged heroes. TA goes Dragon Lance now as well. As long as there's vision around, she can always kind of just take the bombs out. Bambi can also try and put some of her creeps over them. Killing her creeps
10
don't give
seconds
additional gold. It's
remaining.
not like a Helm of Dominator creep, so don't feel too bad about it. And I guess, but Techies plus Sanking lane is rough. If they get on top of this Enchantress, she's dead. 1 stun and a blast off, and she's gone. I think her
Especially goes
base.
to the caustic build as well, because he just tags like a creep or 2 next to it, and then they will blow up, and then it's just cheers, you know.
I would actually put TA safe lane into this combo. I guess, but then Sanking just
10
skills
seconds
Sandstorm.
remaining.
Oh wait, no. MD plays mid Sanking.
5 seconds remaining.
It's kind of a thing that he's done quite a few times this year.
I think
They
it's a
picked the
flex
Sank.
pick.
Yeah, it is a flex pick, but they can put the Sanking mid into the TA and he just take Sandstorm.
Because I want to say, Energy haven't shown their hand either here. Obviously, they got the TA and the tie, but TA can definitely go play 1 opposed to 2. So
Yeah, like you kind of want to dodge the Sanking lane now because they're gonna put the Sanking across the. If Sanking goes middle and this is not a mid Templar, she's fine with the techies in her lane. Because if
10
refraction is up, the
seconds
blast
remaining.
off won't really do anything, or you can even just keep the refraction
5
until
seconds remaining.
he uses blast off and then you pop it. So, but I'm 90% sure this is a mid Sanking for MD. Like 90% sure. We do see Naga then taken out in Storm Spirit, and then there's a Puck ban for the side of Energy. I guess they're not
Dire team pick.
Puck and Ember. Ember's I guess they need additional catch apart from the Sanking, so both those heroes can hunt, can but Nyx destroys both of them. Nyx destroys Ember and Puck. Like you can never put Flame Guard on because he'll just be next to you Invis
10
using
seconds
Carapace.
remaining.
I don't know. I guess it's just 2 picks that would have rounded off Sinister 5's draft a bit more.
5 seconds remaining.
Dragon Knight's still in the pool.
there's
But-
this DP?
Radiant
I
team
don't know if
pick.
that's going to be Mars. Okay. Oh, well,
Yeah,
that,
so
that's
that's a
still
mid
just as...
Sanking.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's going to be a mid Mars, right? I mean,
Nah, it's a mid Sanking.
I think there's...
Don't doubt
depends
me!
what happens next. Like, PL. Interesting.
Now select
Yeah.
your heroes.
So it's a good hero against the Mars. He can always get out of arena. He's actually considered one of the Terrorblade counters, since you can't use reflection on PL anymore because you just doppels it off.
Yeah.
In the past it was unpurgeable, so now he can just like doppel off the reflection. He can even go Manta if he really feels he needs an additional tool. But I like Energy's draft here.
I just want
But
to make
this
a point.
MD Sanking, yeah.
I'm totally confused. Cause you know when you were saying Chosen One is not the one playing the game? He is, right?
Oh,
It's MD and Chosen One.
oh. So Aghanim's not playing.
Yeah, this is. I mean, sorry, it's weird because obviously we only see the players' names in
Names
front of
now,
us like this
yeah.
now, but like, it's pretty crazy when you now look at it and go like, hold on, that's actually a double switcheroo, I guess. And Aghanim has been like a stalwart for Sinister 5 for the longest time, so that is pretty interesting. I mean, that's just the new team we're looking at, to be perfectly honest.
I do prefer the Energy's draft on top of that comment though, because PL is fine against Mars and he counters Terrorblade. Can at any time in the game get on top of the TB. You burn his mana, he can't sunder. It's always really hard for Terrorblade to find the real PL because he doesn't really build like Maelstrom, etc. So he's a single target source damage, right click orientated. I think the PL is good against the Mars and the TB. And then the Sanking versus Templar Assassin matchup, even though I do think the Sanking bullies that lane a little bit, because it's going to kind of be a sentry battle,
Prepare
that
for battle.
TA just farms so fast at the moment, Adam's not really going to care. He's going to be stacking ancients for himself, he's going to be taking the ancient stacks, and he will probably still be the most farmed hero on the map at 10 minutes into the game. So I do think Energy has a slight draft advantage here. Because what's your team fight here? Like, I guess it's the Sanking and then Mars with AA Blast on top of it. Okay, there's some tools. Who do you prefer, HellbirD?
I mean, perfectly honest, with you, I prefer energies as well. I think the big thing for me is that I don't actually like if this, you know what's I'm really strong with is it's who's playing the techies, right? Like I almost feel like that's the big thing for me is that if this was anybody else, I would be
30
happily.
seconds to
It's
go.
energy, right? But I feel like this techies is something special, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We talked about supports carrying from the support role, and Frank on this hero is definitely one that can do that. He destroys enemy teams' farming patterns, has mines in the camps, remote bombs in the right areas. So yeah, it's just a scary concept. But I do think all that energy need to do here
The
is
battle begins.
kind of need to get one item on each of their heroes apart from the PL, and then you kind of do a little mini death ball. You push with your Bambi summon creeps. Your Nexus the one that scouts. TA goes Deso first item, and your Tyrant gets a hood or pipe or even a Vlad's, anything along those lines, and you just kind of like group and push and make sure you have a sentry in those areas. Kind of force the techies to come to you instead of going to where the techies has already been. Makes sense.
Okay, well, anyways, I have to do something very quickly before this game begins. I am a man of my words, so I want to give a quick shout out to Old Tomato for his kind words during our puppy.
Okay. Okay.
notAhero, you don't have to
Tomato.
say anything more about good old Tomato. Anyways,
No.
getting straight back into this, let's talk about the... Yeah, let's talk about the lanes for a second here. So obviously, we're going to have the Tide and the Enchantress. They're going to be taking on the Ancient Apparition as well as the Terrorblade. I feel like this is...
Oh, +5 next. I wasn't expect. I definitely thought Soup was gonna take the next assassin. But I guess I kind of felt like Depi would be fine against the Marsia, and the Bambi would be more value top lane. Oh, look at TKC. C1's going down.
the damage down in the PL bottom. But they do
So
get
this
this
is actually
turn,
a
and this is back
filthy old
onto
combo.
Grove, so they might be able to finish the job. Nice little block there. Is it enough? Not quite, because Castaway times his Spear of Mars with the last hit that keeps Grove alive, able to just solve himself up. And in the end, we're back on even footing here. But you saw the damage, the threat there. Depi was very, very low.
So I want to comment on Tyrant's level 1 option here. This is actually a very old, dirty combo that teams have pulled. Is you go Enchantress and you take Enchant level 1 and Tyrant to take his Gush level, and he takes Gush level 1. One of them has a Blightstone, which is on the Enchantress, and you've got double slow with double minus armor. So Anchor Smash does more damage when he gets it, and you just push the Terrorblade out of lane. So Enchantress probably going to try and do a pull here. Oh, but they blocked the camp. That's actually... Sin5 is preparing for this lane.
Yeah, Soup's actually trying to deal with that. You can see there's already been tagged once, that sentry. They were trying to bring it down, but Shlings was in position for it. There's that double armor reduction you were talking about. You can see Shlings is just melting. I mean, obviously TB in a way is fortunate because he's got such a high base armor, but with that said, he relies on that base armor because his HP pool is so low, so...
yeah, he's got a very, very low HP pool.
Definitely makes
Like
him
one of the-
pushy.
Yeah, it's got more HP than him. Okay, not only more because he just got a Trace Band, but base he's got more HP than him. So...
If they were the same
Uh,
level, AA would have more HP than him. Think about that. And he has a Wraith Band. In fact,
Yeah.
AA doesn't have a stat. He's
Yeah,
literally-
exactly.
He is as base as it's going to be. Anyways, you can see again we have Soup going just to deal some damage. It's actually very interesting what's happening. They haven't allowed either of these two camps to spawn. And obviously for Enchantress, it means you have to make quite a long run to pick up this Banisher. And, oh man, let's be honest. That Purge, it hurts a lot. And Soup, obviously, is going to spam it off. They do have an opportunity
here
to go
comes
and
Soup.
choose one. A lot of damage already being done to the Terrorblade. And with Impetus up as well as a little bit of Purge magic, Chosen One is in a lot of trouble here. Can they finish the job? Yes, they can. That's your first blood. Sinister 5 lose their TB early on. And
Look at
doesn't
this
feel
Pidgey
good.
creep! Going!
They got something
Oh, thanks,
different.
Mr.
Actually,
Wasanja.
Shlings has to respect this because although he may want to trade off, again, with an Impetus is up again, definitely does a lot of damage. It's
So
interesting.
I want to
that's what
comment on
Shlings
the
had
mid lane
versus
quickly
Impetus.
while we have a chance. It has become a sentry battle. You can see Adestam is keeping a sentry, but MD is getting tagged by the the Psyblades a bit too much. Even though Adestam doesn't have vision of him, he's still getting tagged while he's in Sandstorm. So he kind of needs to just try and dodge them a little bit. It is causing a bit of trouble for the refraction, obviously, but this TA is still farming completely unscathed. 2 CS, hitting some side camps as well, and like you said, this hero just accelerates with stacks and farm, and Schlink's actually is Soup actually stacking for the TA.
Top lane Jup in a bit of trouble here. They do have the refraction on, but Soup gets caught up by the chilling touch instead, which means that although both players might be able to scurry out of this, there's a lot of economic damage done. They're going to have to use a lot of resources to get back into this lane. I wanted to make a comment, by the way, as well on this, is it gets a lot harder for MD. I do try to engage. TKC's in back off though. They made life hard on MD as well, because Adestam went to go pick up the top water room, and TKC was already waiting for the bottom one. So literally denied MD any kind of rune, and he has a bottle. So he was totally denied of any of that opportunity. And as you can see again, they're already having this battle with the sentry walls. Are they actually buying these walls themselves? I didn't check if it was like a support that's being bullied.
It does. I think Adam bought his own one, and that's the second one by D as well. I do think his first one was maybe gifted, but the second one he bought himself.
It's kind of interesting because they're both flash farmers, right? So the fact that Adestam, I think, is getting ahead is so significant because it'll escalate. Well, MD is going to have to try and make himself known around the map. Top lane, however, it looks like they want to once again deal with Chosen One. A lot of damage coming in. This time the chilling touch into Cold Feet is there on Soup. Going to force them back, but Chosen One is having a bit of a hard time here in the top lane. He's getting a lot of pressure on. You can see 24 for 5 net or CS at the moment. Falling a little bit behind the bottom. I don't know. Gonna catch one.
Just got the last little glimpse on the next kill. Just a blast off into a spear. It wasn't anything special, but it was a kill indeed. So
you guess if you blast off onto a spike carapace,
you will take the damage.
So you just effectively you're old school techies, suicide, right?
Yeah. If you but the carapace procs damage before you do damage, don't you? So if he does that while you in a deny range, does the techies die first? Oh wait, Terrorblade goes down. Top lane.
I mean, I have no idea.
Used Ravage for this? Yeah. They used Ravage. Ravage was used.
A lot of pressure
Ravage
again.
Onto the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and well worth.
He's
I mean,
still level 5.
Down, it's very significant.
Yeah, he's still level 5.
Is getting near each other, so I'm very interested to keep an eye on this. I'm super curious to see what this mechanic looks like. If TKC can draw field, will get to show us. But top lane?
Go top lane? No, it's just
like
pulling the creep waves.
But they're not going to catch him.
Oh,
are they? Yeah, they are going to catch him. In fact, Jap in a bit of trouble here. He gets a cold feet on him. Do they have the damage? Refraction is there. And not quite enough to finish off the Tidehunter. He'll also bring that backpack ring of health.
Bro, he needs to watch out.
He's
staying too long.
Really staying too long, actually. He is pushing his hero to the limit. 27 HP I counted there at some point. But MD at the moment, he's gone scouting. He's found his way into Adestam's camp. And already like a book. MD might just be run down here. Does he have any options? He has a regen rune, but unfortunately for him, doesn't have any options. They brought in the help as well from both Schlinks as well as Chosen One, but the tips come out. Beautiful little bit of work from Adestam.
The tanking pick was also supposed to slow this TA down, because that's kind of, it was the counter pick, to a degree. But I guess he's on par with the TA's net worth if it wasn't for that last little kill. So MD not doing too badly, but Adam is starting to pull away now. He has one. Oh, he's actually got a triple stack of Ancients. Soup just stacked another one for him. Did it even stack? Yeah, it did. No, it didn't stack. That was strange. So yeah, this TA is going to accelerate. What is Adam going? Is he going Deso first? Something's flying out.
He just queued up Deso, so something's moving towards.
So it's kind of the tempo that we spoke about. This Tidehunter is going hood first item. That's his one item. His career goes down top lane as well.
Just consumables on it, which is painful for the support, but at least no stats lost. But there's some wards, some smokes, that kind of stuff, which is actually pretty significant for this playstyle. But look at the
bottom.
techies. He goes in again. Grow wants to deal damage. Wasn't able to finish off the job onto Deppy, but look at the harassment coming out. So they're trying to give as good as they're getting in the other lane, but this PL is looking much healthier than the Terrorblade at the moment. Level 7. Still has
he is going to be a bit slower though. He is going to be a bit slower. He's opting for this hood build first, which we've seen a lot of the pro players do. I do think it's the right choice this game. They're not going to need him for early engagements because this TA is going Deso first item. So they're going to be playing around with the Tidehunter, the Templar Assassin, the Nyx Assassin, and the Enchantress, and Deppy will have his
Radiant's
space to
bottom
farm.
tower
This
is
hood
under
is basically
attack.
just to ensure that he survives if he cheekily gets ganked somewhere. He has left the lane now, but they're gonna probably move. Okay, yeah, there we go. Japa just TP to the bottom. He's the tower bodyguard, hood soaring, and the Templar Assassin is gonna start making rotations throughout the jungle.
And this tower
Very
is
good.
very healthy as well.
Yeah, yeah, very good. Like tempo by energy. They kind of know exactly what they need to do and where they need to move. The top tower went down really early after bullying the Terrorblade out of lane. Now the Tidehunter is the body to defend the bottom tower, and Adestam has got traps everywhere in the middle, so he's pretty good to defend that as well. Adestam just popped a haste and they smoked him as well.
Oh,
Oh, he blinked onto
right.
it!
In mid lane, MD again will fall. TKC and Ko get caught up by the status trap, but not real any threat there. And you can see
Oh, he's
Grove
going more.
a lot of damage. He wants to bring down Strix, and look at the damage. He tries to get him to at least trigger the cold feet, but not even that will happen. And Grove, be careful because Adestam is in the surrounds. He's trying to get some bombs down, make himself as painful as possible for his opponents. But right now, Sinister are in a very, very confident looking position.
Castaway opted for Vanguard first item. I know it's really good against PL. You saw the Vanguard Marzers on the pro scene not do too well at all, because they just ran into, even with Soul Ring in the mid stages of the game, they ran into a lot of mana problems. AA Blast coming in? Oh, it's gonna miss. They were ready with MD there because he's got Blink Dagger. He was ready to start channeling the ulti if that AA Blast hit, and ready for a Blink Insta EP stun. Oh, they're running Terrorblade down. TKC scouting him.
I can see this is going to be such a nightmare for Chosen One as they just continually probe the jungle. They are going to re-engage it. Grove goes in on the backline. They'll finish off the Enchantress nice and fast. But do they know that they're still on Nyx right now? Interestingly, they did drop a sentry there, but it's just outside of range. And TKC, he sees everything because they have a very deep warden here as well.
That's kind of going to be his role this whole game. Pause 5 next, just walk around, give intel, look for opportunities for his team. It did force 4 heroes to the jungle, so just a lot of space for Adestam and for Deppy. Adestam has his full deso completed. He's got one third part of his Dragon Lance as well. So, he keeps pump faking this epicenter, and I get excited, and then he just cancels it. Where were the good old days, HellbirD, where you couldn't cancel it?
Well, he didn't cancel it this time. Goes in, and they've got a big ticket item. It's Adestam, and he is taking a lot of damage, but don't quite think it's enough. He's got that refraction up, so just didn't take enough damage, really. And in the end, it's going to heal him up. And that's 2 ultis. That's a full 8% from your tanking, as well as the AA Blast. Just needed...
That's really bad.
Oh.
But that's their combo. It's Sanking stun with AA Blast. And remember, this is also a mid-Sanking. It's not a off-lane Sanking or anything along those lines. Your mid-Sanking can't kill anything on the map. Or not anything, but Adestam is pretty big. But he needs to be able to kill this TA. Do you think if he popped... Did he pop Sandstorm there, HellbirD? I didn't see.
He popped it immediately. It's just... There just wasn't enough initial burst damage, and I think they kind of gave up. They didn't want to overcommit. They knew that he had friends around. But even then,
yeah, that haste
they
stream
needed,
as well.
I was saying that they needed 1 more hit, but really what they needed was 7 more hits, because they had to get through 6 charges of refraction first. But alright, at least you can see the intent there. Maybe they'll get a little bit luckier later on. Bottom lane, Chosen One has shown himself. They want to bring down this tier 1 tower, get some
he is struggling though.
passage into their opponent's jungle.
Okay, see, he's got his Dragon Lance now on the Terrorblade, but he is really struggling. 5,000 net with Terrorblade at almost 14 minutes into the game. It's a bit rough at the moment. How is he looking on level wise though? He's very far behind. Level 8 compared to Deadly level 11. Templar Assassin with Desa, why not?
Yeah, they have a lot of armor reduction with that. They also have a Blightstone on the... that actually does stack, right?
Yeah, it's two different instances.
It's 2 different sources. So they actually have a lot of minus armor. There's a regen rune waiting for Soup. But however,
they have Ravage. I
see
think they can
Roshan. MD is inverse. In comes the arena, and they're going to catch out the Phantom Lance. They're going to also toss down the ALT, and on the backline, Jappa gets 4 with the Ravage. They do manage to switch it up, but look at the ridiculousness that is Adestam right now. Popping players, and they're trying to run down Castaway. He does have God's Rebuke. Gonna have to use it. He's gonna walk backwards, doing his best Michael impersonation as he falls. So they lose 2, but they take 2. Did cost
2
them
cores
a fair
for
amount,
a
but they
corner
did
support.
not lose their epicenters. So it's a little win for NG as long as they can take Roshan uncontested. 10 seconds until the Sankey's back on deck. He does have MP, and he does have a Blink Dagger up. So potentially could fight into the Roche pit if they want. The pings are coming out. What are they going to do here? There's the TP coming in, but it is too late.
The thing is, they didn't have meta there because they saw it bottom. I kind of think that's what opted them to go for the Roche, because they pulled Deppy into that fight as well because they knew Terrorblade didn't have meta. Deppy did end up going down, but it's still the right decision because Terrorblade doesn't have any metamorphosis. He's not going to join this fight. Let's make it a 5v4 if they want to contest the Roche, and we have Ravage. So very heads up play by Energy Esports there, knowing no meta on the Terrorblade, going into the Roche but afterwards, and now Adestam has basically free ran on the map. He's going BKB into Ags. He kind of feels this game that epicenter with AA Blast combo is cutting it a little bit too close. So he wants to just ensure that he can completely stay alive throughout the combo, and then he's going to go for this Ags build afterwards where it's going to accelerate even more. Oh, TKC is scouting. Did he see MD?
I mean, the ping's coming out. I mean, he's on the back. He's actually channeling the... No. Trying to mess with both of us, it seems. Thought he might actually go for Castaway. They know exactly what's going on. They have TKC on the front lines. What they don't know, however, is that there are, in fact, more heroes making their way.
Oh, MD's caught.
He is in so much trouble. Does have the Sandstorm, but he doesn't preemptively. Love to see it. Don't even make it an option for him.
Mid-sanking. Like he's got the boots of travel with the Blink Dagger, so he can move around the map efficiently. But it just kind of feels like his kill combo has died down a bit, and that's not on MD. It's kind of just with you need Castaway to join for this, and you can see he's set up top to do it. But how like MD's really trying to make space on the map, and it's costing him his life. Oh, big A blast.
And this is the problem as well. They're waiting for the Blink Dagger for Castaway, because if you think about exactly that series of events play out, if Sanking was still up, get a massive arena onto all those heroes. Sure, as you mentioned, you're likely to see that the likes of the Phantom Lance will be able to get out of there, but you're going to catch so many people out with it. What I'm not feeling is the techies, though. I've got to be perfectly honest with you. Although
we haven't seen much impact, though, eh?
The laying
like previous
phase was
games,
cool, but what's happening now?
Techies games from Frank, we've kind of seen him invade the enemy jungles, set up a bunch of mines. He's only got one mine in front of this triangle space, but it's because Energy has not allowed it. They haven't given him the space to do it. They've always have sentries in the farming pattern. Look at the triangle for Radiant. There's a sentry scouting that exact farming pattern. The bombs instantly get rewarded. The PL just takes them out with those illusions. Frank is like forced to pop them. They're just not allowing him to have complete free roam across the map to do with these bombs whatever he wants to. Where does he have quite a few set up though? Like I can't really spot them. Have they just been rewarded?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine at this. Top lane, however, they do manage to catch out Teppy, but MD, he didn't have his Blink Dagger up. The A blast, is this enough? Okay, is caught out by it.
He's got a hood.
He's got the hood up, so this is what you were talking about. Not nearly enough damage in the end. But that was close.
So this hood on the
If they
PL
actually had the
is
Blink
keeping
up
him
on
alive.
the Sanking, maybe they were in business there, but again, Sinister 5 starting to fall behind quite significantly. Bottom lane being pushed in by Energy Esports at the moment, and of course with that TA just tap 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 goodbye. So much anti-armor as well. I mean, once again just stacked with the Blightstone.
Oh, and now they're returning to defend the tower.
Yeah, they're coming in top. They've got Jap on the front legs. Will be speared up against the tree line though, and looks like in the end, if MD gets out of this, it might be enough for a retreat, and it is. They don't find the trade-off with the tower, but at the very least, they keep everyone alive. The one thing I must say is that TB is starting to catch up. Look, take a look at Chosen One. He'd fallen well behind in the past. He's actually elapsed the Phantom Lance now.
He also just needs to watch out. Like he's opting for S and Y on the TB, which is the standard build at the moment. So I understand why he's going this build, but if TA goes Shard, which he can pretty soon, if he goes BKB into Shard before Ags, if this Terrorblade gets caught by a trap, it's a silence. And if he can't get Meta off in a team fight or Sunder off in a team fight, it's not gonna be a good time. Are they gonna catch middle? Yeah, there we go.
They do engage,
Blast
and they're
coming
going to
in.
get a couple more as well. Castaway goes in as well. They bring in Juppa with the Ravage. Will connect onto 2, but this does mean they might have a fight on here. Chosen One, he does use a Metamorphosis, and they'll bring down Soup first. Juppa very low, but he does get a little bit of support coming from Adastum. And that means that the rest of them are going to have to respect that they know who's boss on the map at the moment. And
The problem is that they popped AA Blast and Mars Arena, and your only kill was in Enchantress. It's a lot of commitment, and for 3,000 net worth Enchantress, I guess Ravage was used as well, so that's fine. That's fine. I think if Yappa kept the Ravage there, then Sin 5 might have been in a little bit of trouble now, and Energy would have immediately just grouped up and pushed. But because Ravage was blown there, they're in a good space. TB can go back to farming now. His meta will be back up at the exact same time that Ravage comes up, or like an 8-second difference. So they feel good now. I guess Nyx plus TA can still hunt him, but tanky boy now, 1,600 HP on the Terrorblade, almost 30 armor, so significant.
again, I'm kind of trying to watch Grow for like what his plan is here, because he is starting to make his way onto the other side of the map a little more. He's pushing out the lanes, which is useful, granted, but in a way, he's pushing out the area which the TB actually doesn't mind. If that is pushed up, TB can farm a little bit more freely in the triangle and move into the lane itself. But right now he's been sort of pushed back into his own jungle, which is, in fact, I mean, look, I'm circling it out, but guess who else is? Adastem. He thinks the exact same thing of it. So you can see that they know that they want to be and where they want to take on this fight. But all right, let's see how this one works out. Grove is again trying to just make it a challenging position for them, and they're going to be able to bring down the vision in this area. But here,
Energy doesn't really. Say again.
Can Sinister 5 win this late? Because I feel like the tempo they're playing with.
TB is a beast, but like Sanking really falls off because Epicenter stops doing damage. But like items on Sanking is usually useful because he can go multiple things. He can go Sheepstick, he can go Shiva's Guard. Ags on him is pretty good. So like his tool set is really annoying and it's useful. But you've got Templar Assassin, Phantom Lancer, and Tidehunter all scale. Like Tide gets better the longer the game goes on. TA gets better the longer the game goes on, and so does PL. So they can't. The problem Sinister 5 is like running into at the moment is they can't really push towers without TB, and TB doesn't really want to push towers without Metamorphosis. So they kind of need to try and fight around an objective and push the tower in at the same time. Or TKC is scouting. Are they pinging it?
Yeah, they're pinging bottom lane. They know that there's something amiss down here, but it looks like Grove and Co are going to back off. Mid lane's going to be pushed in by just one of the TB illusions, but it's going to be met by... Oh, well, never mind. That'll happen sometimes, I guess. They actually bring down TKC with the techies. And what's interesting about that, if you take a quick peek at the sentry that's just been put down, it actually doesn't give the vision that they quite require. But in they go. Indeed! Nice Epi! They do have the A blast on top as well. Juppa in trouble. Does he hang on to the Ravage? Does he choose to use it? He's still moving forward. Will drop the Ravage. Doesn't connect onto Schlinks, but MD in trouble. He realizes his life is forfeit. Tried to get a little bit of extra damage off, but again, they weren't able to get anything out of the deal. And that is a full Epi A combo. And didn't even look... In fact,
Mazarina as well. Yeah.
Didn't even look like a fight, because although Juppa, I thought maybe they could commit and kill him, he was just waiting around to figure out if he had to Ravage. In the end, he did opt to Ravage, but the reality is that he was waiting for more. You know, it wasn't like this Gib, and all of a sudden just, good night, sweet prince, your Tidehunter's dead.
I do think if Frank joins for those engagements with Blast Off, they get killed, don't they?
I mean... Maybe. I mean, probably.
Yeah.
But then you
it's just hard because then, or mid animation, Techies gets ravaged. Like in the middle of Blast Off, Tidehunter just ravages, and that's cancelled, and then you lose 2 heroes instead of just 1. So it's really hard kills, especially on the Tidehunter. And Yappa just with a full pipe, phase boots, blink dagger, got armor, got magic resistance, and he's going Aghanims next. So they really want to chunk through these Terrorblade illusions on the mid to late game. Because reducing the armor, just make sure Templar Assassin gets some glaives up on them, and the Roaster spawn. Both teams have a little something in the pit. There's Techies bombs, there's TA traps, so this is going to be...
What I'd prefer.
Well, I would actually prefer the TA trap, so you're gonna probably say Techies bombs.
Of course I was going to. I've seen this go wrong one time too many. Going to Roshan pit and you know the problem is that you
Sin 5 made a mistake here. But Sin 5 made a mistake. They dewarded the trap and stack bombs right on top of it, and when they come in you just blow them up. But now they know there's a sentry in the area here because the trap has been dewarded.
Yeah.
You're gonna count, but I guess
Frank is always going to put a sentry there. But the problem is this: it's this moment we have to face check it, right? So now Adestam walks in there. He's standing next to what looks to you and I like one remote mine. I promise you, it's not. It's just pinpoint stuff. If you kind of hover, there you go. Oh no. All of them blown, and they do manage to go into TKC. Do they have the damage? In comes Yappa. And MD is going to be caught up by the Ravage. So is Caster in the back line of that. They haven't got much out of the deal. And Aston picks up the A. And they do manage to keep the Stan King alive for now. He's running for the hills.
Adam has got eggs.
They haven't got anything for this. And in they go again. They're going to catch up. Look at the... That's ridiculous. Adestam hit a side blade from where the sentry ward is down here to effectively a sonic trap onto the MD Sand King, and it was just like half his HP, and they're going to be rewarded with Roshan here as well.
So that's a nice little thing. Let me destroy bombs and then do some pure damage to the hero running away. Are they going to try and contest this? There's no Ravage. There's Castaway. Also no Arena. So, Techie's gone.
Wanted. Techie's out the way, so no more shenanigans. A blast flies through. I don't know if it actually connected on any of the heroes. A little bit of extra damage coming up from the bombs, but again, they have that heal and they have Sand King ulti if they want to use the MD.
Oh, FP coming in.
He wants it, he goes in. He'll get onto everybody. The stun isn't great though, and Yappa goes to stand and deliver. And they do manage to catch out Chosen One on the back of that Impale as well. Chosen One low. Does he have the? No, he doesn't have the Sunder. Castaway. He's backing off, and I think he realizes that his life is gone too, and he's going to die alongside the gem, which makes things even worse. So he's going to potentially try and hide it, I guess, but I think Sin 5 are better.
That's exactly the thing we spoke about in the drafting phase. PL versus Terrorblade. In the old days, Terrorblade full on counter. Just press Q onto PL and you basically win team fight. Now he just purges it. And he climbs on top of the Terrorblade, and he can't find the real PL, and he just gets destroyed. Adam was bashed, I think, 7 times by Roche in that engagement. He was a non-factor, HellbirD. He was permanently disabled by Roche. To such a degree where he turned around and went, okay, let me kill Roche first, before I join this team fight, because I keep getting bashed. But it wasn't even needed. Depi completely destroyed Chosen One. Techies was taken out early in the fight, and there was no Mars Arena. It's back up off CD now. But Sin 5 trying to play Dota in the right areas. They had the Sand King epicenter. They knew there was no Ravage because it was used the previous engagement. But I just think energy is too strong at the moment. Their heroes kind of counter their opponents, and you spoke about the Techies' impact. We're not feeling it, eh?
Nope, not at all. And unfortunately, there hasn't been a point in this game where Sinister 5 have really looked like they can pressure Energy Esports. Sure, 14-8 doesn't look so bad. The problem is the net worth's almost the same. 14,000 at the moment in favor of Energy. If you take a look at the graphs for just a moment, it's closer to 15,000. And as far as XP, it's actually just astronomical. It's
but the map is going to get. The map is going to get super small for Sun 5 now as well. The Templar Assassin, it's Ags and Shard. So, Adestam can be anywhere on the map. He's going to stack these traps down. He's actually got 12 traps out at the moment. And he can just jump across the entire map. He can jump back to base, get full HP. And then what's the cooldown? 10 seconds? Yeah, 10 seconds later, can be back on the map again. So it's just really hard for Sin 5 to play the map at the moment. And they've got this mid Sand King. the hero is not scaling.
Radiant's middle
It's
tower
1,000
is
gold.
under attack.
Okay, 2,000 gold above Grove on the
Radiant
techies.
structures are
He's
fortified.
still only got Blink Dagger and Boots of Travel, which he had close to what 50 minutes to the game. There just hasn't been any progression on the hero, and that was their like flex / counter pick to the Templar Assassin.
Oh, Schlink's nose of steel.
Radiant's middle
Staring
tower
down
is
at
falling.
them.
Extremely good drafting by Energy though. Like they know PL counters Mars, it counters Terrorblade. They insta picked it after the Mars pick came out. Depi good build, but he had the space on the map to catch back up. Oh, and he's going Octarine. He's going Octarine before the Shard. It's usually Shard into Octarine because he's got the Aether Lens. He's going Octarine first, and then he'll buy the Shard. So it gets really hard. Then things get really hard. Depi never really has to commit to these fights. He can just kind of stand in the backline and chuck out Lancers the whole time, let Tyranta and Nick soak up the damage, and choose when he wants to engage onto AA, Terrorblade, Techies, any of these heroes. So the item timings for Energy is lining up. And Castaway does have a full Crimson Guard. And is this a Lotus Orb coming on the courier for MD? Where's this courier? No, it's not. That's the...
Where are you going?
He just got a casual plate mail and now he decided he needs a BKB. Which I do think he needs. Needs to be able to fight through this Ravage.
I was actually watching this. He was definitely looking for the Shiva's Guard, but oh no.
Oh, TKC bottom. Did you see that?
You know, honestly, I don't think anything's gonna be made of it. I stand corrected. Maybe
It's
there
just
will.
cheeky.
It was just good, right? It was
It's
like
not
just showing a bit of
cheeky.
class.
Oh, no, it's gonna work out.
BKB timing from Adastum is so good, and it means that MD will fall alongside his co-core right now.
TKC Carapace on the God's Rebuke, and then that leads to 2 core kills.
Dire's
The
bottom
mid
tower
and the
is
offlaner.
under attack.
Just cheeky.
That was some
So
classy
cheap.
stuff, got to be said. And of course, this means the Energy are breaching the high ground. The fortification will come on. They'll fortify straight back. They want to try to keep their creeps alive, so that they too can have another go at this tower. And you can see the confidence they're playing with that at the moment. Energy on the high ground, and it looks like Sinister have no interest in fighting back at the moment. You can see Grove still pushing out the top lane. You can see Chosen One is just farming away in his own neutrals, and not even Schlinks wants anything to do with it. Heading towards top, but look at Aston. Well,
Yep.
this honestly looks over. This honestly
Jump
looks
stop.
over. I mean, think about this. Imagine for a moment that Sims 5 stages fantastic comeback, and then Aston just starts creep skipping.
Oh, yeah, because he's got traps everywhere. But it also doesn't look like Sin 5 is kind of gearing up to make a comeback here. If you look at the heroes, I guess BKB is they play, but yeah, okay. Terrorblade's also queued up with
managed to use
BKB.
the Mars Rune onto TKC. ALT will go as well. It does catch Depi, who will manage to juxtapose a Doppelganger away.
Okay, yeah,
but-
so they kind of play going for these BKBs. TB's got a BKB queued up, Sanking's got a BKB queued up, Castaway on the Mars has got a BKB queued up, and you need to kind of try and make them all 3 of those BKBs line up, so you can use the full 9-second BKB in a team fight. I guess you cut a lot of the PL's damage out of it because there's no mana burn, and obviously Tyranta doesn't do much if you BKB'd, but Adastam still hurts a lot, and he's got 7,500 gold in his inventory. Okay, he just bought a Crystallis. Still 5,500 gold in his inventory. There's still a cheese in the roast pit, HellbirD.
We've seen this story before. I believe it was
I just spotted
XT
it now.
in fact, I believe it was XT that either lost to Sinister 5 or Energy. I can't remember which way around it was, but we all kind of blamed their lactose intolerance for that loss because they had to cheese things may have ended so differently. But maybe that'll be to Sinister 5's advantage. I don't see anyone going in there anytime soon. Kind of
No,
weird.
it's
no one
been
thought
there
about
for a while. Yeah,
It's
it's
kinda
been there
weird.
for a while.
because
It was in the middle of that team fight, and like I said, Adam kept getting bashed by Roche, and then he just decided, okay, let me kill. Oh wait, Adam, top.
Well, that's one way to
It's
kill him.
1,800 gold.
I mean, that doesn't suck. I mean, Roshan's only up in 2 minutes, so unfortunately for Sinister 5, they're not going to be able to really capitalize on
Frank
this.
just doubled his inventory, like gold wise. He had 1,800 gold. He got 1,800. He's sitting on 3.6 now. 1,800 gold for killing a Templar assassin. That is
He's gonna have to restart his godlike spree. I mean, that's what I mean. That's 8.5. It actually is scary because it reminds me how rarely we've seen Adestam die in this tournament.
Yeah. He was 8 for 0 at that stage, and all of that gold went to Frank. There was not a single like gold sharing. No one else was in the XP range, so definitely hurt. They can at least delay this until these BKB commies come out, because with little players like that by the techies, so there is still some hope. And it's only a 13k net worth lead. 13k at 30 minutes is not that big. It's not that big.
It feels
and it's
bigger,
mainly on the supports though. Like that net worth difference is it's not on the supports. I mean, it's smaller because of the supports being Sin 5 supports are more farmed than energies. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean they are.
Damn it.
I mean, depends how you look at it though, because Grove is ahead of both Super and TKC, and then Schlinks is right at the tail, so it's fairly even. But it's not about that. I mean, I think it's just the fact that, like, look, I'll give it to Chosen One. I'm pretty impressed with how well he's managed to soak up this pressure and stay in the game. I mean, he had an awful laning phase. I mean, let's call that as well. He died twice in the laning phase, and he was struggling to last it. And yet here he is, just behind the PL and from the farm, and that PL is effectively playing behind Adastam, who is, I mean, he's crushing it, right? He's a monster right now.
It's really big. Next, Roche will have a little bit of a. Oh, they just pinged the cheese. TKC just picked it up. Oh, there we go.
I'm kind of sad.
I guess
I felt like
Adestam's death timer played to advantage because he was scouting the pit with the trap, and he saw it. So. Insta smoked up after he picked it up. It's still on the next.
TKC. I found this. This is mine. It's definitely beyond the 15-second rule, though. TKC. I don't know if you do it. They're gonna spot out Schlinks, and
MD.
I think they'll be okay with this kill. Like, if anyone's going to die, it should be the AA. He's got the lowest net worth. It's effectively the lowest possible gain for Sinister 5. And if you take a look at the hero level as well, he's also the lowest hero level in the game. So he is offering the least value for his death. To energy, and he will be back on the hill soonest for Sinister 5.
Yeah, so if anyone had to die there, Schlinks was probably the correct target there. He broke that was a 4-man smoke, and his death timer is also the lowest. And he's going to be back into this engagement. And did Frank pop those bombs because they saw them, or because he thought that was the real PL?
These are questions only Grove would know. Or at least
they're just waiting for Roche. Roche is up.
Yeah, so
there's an acceptor in Roche. That's gonna go to TKC. I don't think PL's Axe is that good. How do you feel about it? Like max juxtaposed?
It's actually interesting because I was thinking about this earlier on the game. I almost feel like this juxtaposed scepter should be reversed with Aghanim Shard for what they do. Because I feel like the one is so much better than the other, but then I was like, okay, but that's still kind of crazy because it gives a 10 seconds bonus duration. I'd actually say remove the 10-second bonus duration and then swap them around, because the spirit
have to give it
is pretty big. The
like,
shard is
like this Burrow skill on Nex is just too strong.
Oh no, so I agree. By the way, I guess I was having a very long-winded way of saying I don't think the Aghanim is great on PL.
Yeah, and Tyrant already has his, TA already has the Ags as well, so. I do think even if TA didn't have an Ags, it still goes to the Nyx. That's how good it is.
I mean, it's Nyx's item. I mean, that's what Nyx is wanting to achieve.
It becomes a different hero.
Yeah.
It's like a Pokemon evolving, and now he's in his next form.
Who's that? TKC. It's Nixer Assassin.
Diglett Assassin.
I like that. I like that. Diglett Assassin.
Good. He goes into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Dig is just a Pokemon skill, so I'm kind of, you read some of my Pokemon
but Diglett was the groundy one, so...
Yeah, but a lot of them do the groundy thing. Dig's just a spell, not a hero. But we had it. We're gonna give you it. It was good. I was better than my Nixer.
So this is also a techies factor. They came for this push top. Grove put the flag down because he's got Ags, and they all just turned around like, okay, this is not the lane we're pushing. Like, there could be a lot of bombs here, so we are not pushing this lane, we're going middle. Like, all of them are top HellbirD. He put the little elephant flag down, and they just went, nope, like, not doing this.
Obviously, they have a gem sitting on the Tidehunter. Obviously, you can see these. Oh, hold on! Cast away! What an engagement! And C1 He's just standing, and they do manage to read it down, but Deppy doesn't care. I will just double walk over that one. Goodbye. In fact, a lot of trouble for Chosen One. He does get some help, though, as he goes back. MD comes in with the power strike. They're still standing. Sinister, 5 take the Aegis, and Jumper, you're going to fall down to potentially very low, but the next key can hit up. They don't change the attention to Deppy, but Chosen One very, very low. One side, he starts running away, and he will be able to put some distance up between himself and his opponent.
Shot!
By the way, he was busy. He was occupied taking the bottom set of racks, and now he is isolated. So they have that. He's staying on some bombs. He'll manage to get 4 stops back a little bit further. Deppy still charging down on Chosen One. He fought back for this fight. Grove so low, and an easy kill from that position. In the end, though, looks like TKC and Co have claimed their reward. They've got the racks. They might get the game with this as well.
That was a buyback by Adestam though. He insta-bought back when he dropped there.
Well, Chosen One.
But there's no meta on TV
Here
though.
comes the post try again from MT. This time Castaway gets another read down. It's a little bit better, and they do have the damage for Adestam. He's down for a while. This is an opportunity maybe to just buy some time. Chosen One though in a lot of trouble as Deppy wants to finish the job and will. Now, Castaway, can he make something of this? Toss out spear, but it does not connect onto the real PL. Deppy starts backing off. The racks in mid still do stand, and they have the backdoor protection up. With Adestam down, and 3 versus 4, can they make it happen? Nice
the next
characters onto MD. That should be enough to finish him off. Castaway came in to help out, but he's also going to fall alongside him. I think that's game. The buyback is there from the Sanking, but the damage is done. They're going to pick up the racks as well mid.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
And it looks like that might be the end of that. Sinister 5, probably going to keep 1 racks alive at the very least. I think that Energy might just respect it enough to back off. I say this. No. Jumper says no. He wants to, in fact, go and turn his attention towards the top tower. They'll get caught out by the status trap again. But remember, there's a trick in the tail. There's a lot of mines up here top. They're going to manage to get onto Deppy, but he gets forced off away from the cold feed. Immediately turns his attention to Schlinks. However, he's in trouble now. He does have the barrow strike up in a second and will be up. Maybe they can keep their axe alive. The damage certainly done though. 33k the lead at the moment for Esports. A long time before they're going to have those calls back on the field. 20 seconds.
Man, this Mindbreaker on this appeal is just doing, This shard with Mindbreaker on PL is not fun. Okay. Oh, the flag expired. They can see it.
If he's available, it's being channeled in the back lines. It will go on directly to Deppy, and they have the damage. Surely, not quite. Then they will finish him off eventually. The Ravage was there. TKC, Super, Nyapa. They're going to have to deal with the Terrible now. Chosen One comes back in. Does have Metamorphosis. He's going to try and bring down Super. A lot of damage comes out on him. However, the Glimmer was available and tossed out.
I actually think that's a mistake by C1. When his team respawns, he's not going to have meta.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, that's a very fair point. But right now, I think his job is try and keep these racks alive. Deppy, he's back in the front. He bought back. He's going to stand and deliver. But look at the damage. He's trying to bring down the support. He does manage to get off the Sunder, but it was onto the illusion, of course. He manages to get out thanks to Castaway's Arena, but they haven't done any damage. And Chosen One, he's going to fall again here for sure. Once again, Nick's in the back line with the Spike Carapace. The GG is in fact called. Sinister 5 fall apart in the last couple of moments here after a very good stand towards mid, but the buybacks overwhelmed them. And Esports claim their prize. It's going to be game 1, and 1 game away from the first ever EGL One Season 1 Grand Final. That's how close we are. Alright, notAhero. It felt like Sinister 5 still had teeth. It felt like they could fight, but maybe the draft just didn't give them the opportunity to really do the damage they needed to do. I mean, if you look at, for example, early on with AA skanking combinations failing, I mean, is that what
it wasn't just yes and no. It wasn't just the draft. It was also the item choices. King is going Blink, Boots of Travel, and Castaway is going Vanguard, Blink as their first 2 items on the other 2 cores. There's just no damage coming out from the 2 heroes because like Epi was countered by this early pipe that the Tidehunter picked up. PL also had a Hood of Defiance, and like Vanguard on the Mars is obviously really good for against the PL illusions in the early stages of the game, but they had no tools to kill. I guess they thought with the the epicenter and AA blast, it would have been enough. But Energy just completely countered it with an early pipe and an early hood on the PL and Tide Hunter respectively. So just I think they were out-itemized, if that makes sense.
Agreed. And I'm looking at the stats now. The damage dealt, for example, there's just not a huge amount coming out. The most damage they were able to do was from the techies at 25,000, and that's significant, sure. But techies doesn't deal damage in the same kind of way, right? Like, I mean, he does his burst.
It's not in a team fight. Yeah, it's also not in a team fight where it contributes that damage and then gets it over and done with. It's kind of like across the map. Okay, I just blew someone up.
And
So,
of course, when you're looking at your Mars sitting at 12k, I mean, your Mars at 12k, but your AA, who only had a 5,000, I think it was 5,000 gold net worth? I mean, yeah, 5,002, my apologies. 5,002 net worth was able to do 9,700 damage. And you look at Castaway's Mars and the Terrorblade, who had a net worth of 13,000 and 20,000 respectively, and they were both able to do 12,000 and 11,000.
Yeah, I just
damage.
think Castaway and MD's heroes kind of need to do different things, and in this game, their heroes did the exact same thing. And one of them needs to itemize for the team, like these crimsons and pipes and all these things, and the other one needs to be a stable source of damage. If MD on the Sanking went, I hate it in my pubs, but I would have been okay with it because then they had Radiance.
A Radiant Sanking.
So in my pubs, if I see it, I wanna cry. But in this game, it's good against TA. It stops blinks and stuff like that. It burns Bambi as well. It's an additional source of damage. I know it's expensive. I'm just using Radiance as a vague damage source, but anything that would have done damage, Dagon. Like, don't build Dagon Sanking, please, guys. Like, don't.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. notAhero is specifically saying in his puppies, please go Radiance Dagon Sanking and no boots. Anyways, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. We will be coming back, and of course, we're going to come back and start giving away some free prizes. So make sure that you are here when we return. And I mean, look, the lobby is already filling up. We're going to give the players about a 5-minute break or so. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll see you shortly for Game 2 here in the winner bracket final of EGL One. All right, welcome back, everyone. We promised we wouldn't keep you waiting too long, and we were true to our word. We have the next matchup coming your way in just a moment. Sinister versus NG Esports, for those of you who are just tuning in here, of course, in the winner's bracket of EGL One. And with that said, we have a pretty interesting situation playing out here. I mean, Energy just looked... I mean, they're flawless, notAhero. They were so good in that previous match.
Yeah, and we've seen like this Frank Techies draft that they've done completely take over a map, and Energy just never allowed it. Like we pointed it out in the game, there was always sentries in the farming areas. In their triangle, there was always a sentry in the middle of the triangle, so they knew there was nothing there. And their big camps, there was always sentries in those ones. So just made sure Frank could not destroy farming patterns, and Adam had the cream of the crop in the early game and got his farm up, and then Depi got his turn when Adestam started making space on the map. So yeah, just good rotational play by their team. TA in the beginning, then Depi in the mid to late game, and yeah, there was just not enough damage. Like you pointed out at the end of the game, we looked at the damage graph. When your POS 4 techies is out damaging your entire team by close to 6,000 damage, then there is a big problem. Your safe lane
bigger is when your POS 5 of 5,000 is doing roughly the same amount of damage as
your POS 1. Yeah,
it's a problem, and of course that is a drafting problem. So I think that is, I mean, or the itemization probably as well, as you mentioned. But the point is that I think Sinister can give us more than this. So don't be too surprised if we do go to a game 3.
Yeah, I kind of feel for C1 in that game. I would not have wanted to play Terrorblade in that game. PL counters 2 of your heroes, kind of 3 of your heroes with that hood pickup that he did, and there's a Templar Assassin. This Tidehunter is in your face in the laning phase with Enchantress, so his laning phase was extremely rough. The AA can't really contribute anything to help him. Then he did catch up, like extremely well. He was only like 500 gold behind Depi at like the later stages of the game. This Phantom Lancer just counters you. Like they had the same net worth in all those engagements, and Depi would just run in and destroy him because there's just nothing that he can do about it. You use reflection, he doppels it off, and free game for Depi.
Right, well, we're into the draft already. We have the Nyx Assassin as well as the Tree and Protector banned out so far. But what time is it, notAhero? It's admin time. No, not the one you think it is. It's admin time. That time comes later, because the time I'm referring to...
Why did you ask me?
Because I was gonna... I don't know, I'm just trying to engage with one another, you know?
I like the other thing. I don't like this thing.
Okay, well, okay,
I like this thing.
Okay,
I actually do like this thing. But I like the other thing more.
Let's get the stuff out the way. So, once again, if you're watching in-game, please come join us on the YouTube channel. You can do so by heading over to YouTube and searching for Evesports. You'll see us live with notAhero's fresh haircut. That's going to be the trend of today. And, of course, we're going to also be giving away some free stuff here this evening. I'm going to tell you how it works in just a while. Don't type anything in now. Just wait. We'll do it in a little bit. But, of course, you need to be here on the YouTube stream to be able to do that. It is an Evesports t-shirt that we're giving away. It is only available to South African residents, so please don't enter if you're not South African. But do subscribe either way, because if you are a subscriber, you will get an additional opportunity to win. So make sure you hit the subscribe button. Let's see that Esports number go from 689 to 700. You could be the 700th person, and I thought that would be pretty cool, and we'd all appreciate it for you. And in fact, we would give you a slow clap. But anyways, moving back in this, the draft is well underway. It's not going slowly at all. notAhero, Nyx Assassin, Ancient Apparition, Tree and Protector, Axe banned out with Enchantress, Kunkka picked up by Sinister 5, and Hoodwink and Legion Commander picked up by NG Esports. What are your thoughts?
Interesting to see that Energy doesn't pick up the TA in the first phase again. I guess they kind of want... It's a combo that they run with the Nyx Assassin. If he's close to the traps at all stages, you can kind of just jump in. So they opt for the Hoodwink plus the Legion. AA was taken out, and then Nyx Assassin was taken out, and then Sin 5 kind of prepping for that TA pick. They opt for the Bambi plus the Kunkka. So if Energy does decide to go for this Templar Assassin pick again, at least they have Kunkka to kind of deal with it. Oh, excuse me. Had a bit of a
A sneeze.
Disaster. No, that was a disaster. That wasn't a sneeze. That was a complete
Nothing
painful
came through.
explosion.
It was so good.
No.
Like no one knew a thing. You should have said there's a bug in your headset. You know that happened to me? I just want to go there for a moment.
Live on camera, Devin? How am I going to
Live,
do that?
live on camera.
Bug.
I had over yonder
10 seconds
is a
remaining.
wireless headset, and the most horrific experience of my life was like a
5
little moth or
seconds
something.
remaining.
Decided it was good to spend the night there.
Dire
Morning
team
comes.
banned.
Put it on my headset, and like I feel this like little itch, but I think I was like, it's just not on properly. You know?
Radiant team
Give it a little bit
banned.
of a wiggle. Feel it again. A bit more of a wiggle. And started walking on my ear, notAhero. Friends on the stream started walking on my ear. Do you know how horrific that was? It was a moth. But and I like moths. I'm that guy who's like, it's just a moth. Pick it up, put it outside. Tell them when it's on your ear. When it's on your ear, it's not just a moth anymore. It's actually Lucifer Doombringer himself, the Morning Star. Anyways,
5
okay.
seconds
Okay,
remaining.
back to the draft. Like, super sidetracked. So
You know, I was just helping you out.
Sin 5 ended up banning the green moth, the viper, and then they up to take out the Templar assassin. So they do have the Kunkka to kind of like lane against it, but like we said, even if you shut it down in the lane, the hero just farms way too fast. Rather take it out, and then Energy decides to ban out Luna and Timbersaw. Kind of
Dire team
makes me
banned.
think that they're gonna go towards another strength core. I'm not too sure how much Timbersaw Castaway has played, or if they do play it for MD in the middle, even maybe. I'm not sure, but
Actually, I'm
very high skill player. Pretty sure he can do it, but they're probably setting up for another strength core.
10 seconds remaining.
who was like the last big Timbersaw player we had in South Africa? Because I remember
5
Donny
seconds
was
remaining.
big Timbers. I mean, I remember him. Yes. And I remember notAhero was also a fantastic Timbersaw player. Definitely one of
Such
many
a
pubs
reproach.
told me with Timbersaw.
like in my team, we would literally swap me to pos 3 for a game if it was a good Timbersaw game. I would move off 4 to 3 just to play
Dire
Timber.
team picked.
So that was very rude,
Radiant
HellbirD.
team picked.
Like, oh.
You know,
Okay, ban PL been banned, insta pick Terrorblade. I like it. So the carry counter is gone, but we have seen in the DPC season, or not the DPC season, the TI qualifiers, that a lot of teams opted for Dry Ranger against Terrorblade because these TVs don't want to go Manta, they want to go SNY, and the silence just completely destroys them. And you can also wait for him to use Manta for other spells and then you silence him. So Drow was kind of a popular counter against the Terrorblade. Also the multi-shot really hurts the illusions. So definitely an option for Sin 5 if they want to go that route. I'm just not sure. Like, what do we know about C1 at the moment? I don't know what his hero pool is currently.
absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
I know he.
I can
know
tell you what he's playing back in the day, but
I mean, he got me beat because it was such a long time ago. Honestly,
Gyro. I guess
Gyro?
it's Gyro.
Radiant
Oh, I thought you
team
were talking about
picked.
Joseph. Alright, so we're gonna bring out the Phoenix. I like this actually.
Phoenix plus Legion, I like it. Sunray plus Duel is pretty potent. You've got the Hoodwink Sharpshooter to secure that kill for you as well. So there's quite a bit of burst, bit of team fight. The Legion is not a really big duel protector.
10
I guess the
seconds remaining.
only real egg hitter at the moment is kind of Gyrocopter. He's the only one that really builds attack speed
5
items.
seconds
So if you
remaining.
take him out of the fight, then the Phoenix can have a pretty good time. But
Do we not
flak into the egg hurts, eh?
What about Le Snapfire? I mean, I don't know. I feel like Snapfire is kind of
Schlinks has played a lot of Snapfire, but I also think he is the Enchantress player. Yeah, yeah. So
But it's gonna snap.
Um,
It's so good against Phoenix.
I'm not gonna. I don't see Frank playing Enchantress or Snapfire. So go for the Earth Spirit.
Look, Enchantress plus Gyro isn't awful against the Phoenix, but generally speaking, you
10
want something that just
seconds
deletes it. You know what I mean? Like you want something that's just gonna
Yeah.
do the thing, regardless of whether or not they have
Marana,
fire spirit,
Snapfire, any of those.
some sort of steroid. But okay, let's see. The Puck's banned out. The Elder Titan's banned out.
This could still be an offlane Kunkka. Very possible.
Could be a support Kunkka as well, right? Like I wouldn't put it past him to look at running like an Enchantress. I mean, you have to do something unusual, right? And Enchantress does hurt. He's a core Enchantress. She's a bit of a monster, actually. But I really like Survive running a support Kunkka, but the problem is the Earth Spirit. I don't see it happening.
Enchantress just can't lane against Hoodwink Terrorblade. Or is it
One position.
Terrorblade?
That's not gonna happen.
One position Enchantress never. Never, HellbirD.
It's not gonna happen.
Never.
But you know what?
No.
I have this thing happens with me, right? I have this.
That's
curse.
also the guy I report in my pub, so please don't play Enchantress Pos 1, guys. Go.
No.
Like, please. Like, anything else. You can
I
go
just wanna make a
Earthscore
comment.
Pos 1, I'll be okay with
I
it.
need
But
to go
not
tangent here.
Enchantress.
Joshua, if you happen to win this thing and you can prove that you've subscribed, I will send you a gift card, and I'll put like my fiance's lipstick on or something. Give it like a kiss, so you know it's from me. That's really weird, but it's happening. Anyway, Stormster banned out by Sinister 5. Last ban here had come from Energy Esports. I'm actually not going to kiss it, by the way. That was a filthy lie, but I will sign it and I'll put a smiley. I'll draw a little cat face for you. How's that sound? If you win and you prove you subscribed.
5 seconds remaining.
Seems fair, right? Not a hero? Gift cards?
Really checking the boxes here. Yeah, like,
Radiant's
do something
team
nice for the man if it goes the long run. What does Sun 5 need here?
Actually, but you
Energy
don't.
doesn't-
Hold on, not a hero.
Energy
Who are
doesn't-
you going to give a gift card to? That's the real question. Who wants a gift card from Not a Hero if they win? Go and say
10
something in the chat.
seconds remaining.
Why am I being
I'll-
dragged into this?
Because we ride together, we
5
die
seconds
together,
remaining.
we send gift cards together. I mean, we're
Quoting
like,
bad boys to me. You know my weakness.
okay, so if you want a gift card from Not a Hero,
Dire
you have to
team
subscribe and you have to say it, and then you have to win. So it's
And you have to
the
quote
odds are
Bad
not in
Boys
your
too.
favors, and you have to quote. Okay, fine, and you have to quote Bad Boys too. But you know what's really awkward? Anyways, moving right along, Brewmaster.
What's really awkward? This conversation is really awkward. That's what's really awkward right now.
You know what's important is to appreciate the fact that we are a community, and sometimes as a
5
community,
seconds
we
remaining.
should send gift cards to each other. You know, normalize gift carding. Let's go.
Oof, they can go silencer middle, and it's got a free. No, they actually need something with tempo. No, I'll take that back. Not silencer. Does energy Adam hero Wind Ranger? Possibly. It's an additional stun. It's an additional nuke. Can shackle people trying to get onto the egg. They don't really have much stuns on the side of Sun 5 apart from the Earth Spirits. We can also go one of the Spirit Brothers, Ember Spirit, even a Storm Spirit.
Banned now.
I think Storm's. Oh, it's been banned. Storm's been banned. Yeah, Storm actually like hurts Kunkka in the lane. I do still think he can do Ember. That's kind of a skill-based matchup. Like Kunkka can win that lane quite easily if the Ember out misplays. So
What
you can
about-
go Dragon Knight. I like DK or Wind Ranger for energy.
Oh, I hear the biggest Magnus.
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 It's team fight. Team fight tempo, something to protect the egg with. But does that mean this is going to be a mid Legion Commander or Magnus?
Look, I'm not gonna
Let's see.
lie. It kind of
Mid
works. It kind of works, but I also feel like I'm gonna make this point. Every time we've seen Energy win, coincident or not,
I'm dead.
Adestem has been a monster. He has just
Yeah.
been dominant, right? And Magnus is a very different hero. It's a initiator, it's a counter initiator, it's a whole bunch of things. But what it isn't is a hero that's going to blow up supports. Now I say this, and we could see the whole like Daedalus build or something. You know, the Echo Saber into Daedalus kind of
He's
smash.
gonna do that 100%.
Well, we'll see, right? But the point I want to make though is that I actually think this is kind of an opportunity for Sinister 5 to have to worry less about the Adastem problem, because it's not quite as terrifying. But it is a flash farmer. It is potentially devastating as a right clicker, but we'll see if they do go the way. The problem I have, however, with the draft from Esports is the magic damage is almost reliant entirely on Sharpshooter and TKC. Isn't a huge amount. Of
Sunray does a lot of damage. Like, a
Oh, I see.
lot of damage. Like Sunray melt people, and something that you need to like pay attention to here is their egg hitters just became extremely bad. Because when Brewmaster splits, the Brewlings don't do any ticks to the egg if it hits it. So if Brewmaster splits and TKC pops egg, they've got one hero less to actively hit the egg. And then you've got Bushwhack to protect it, you've got RP to protect it, Legion Commander deals another target. TKC, if his team is behind him,
suck at this.
say again?
Kunkka and Earthbird, they suck at dealing with eggs. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. So, and they melee as well. So this Hoodwink can pretty much control them in these team fights. I do think if Energy plays around TKC in these team fights, they're gonna have a good time here. The Brewmaster pick is nice against the Terrorblade though, because obviously he can purge the illusions in the team fight. It's not that significant, but he can just tornado this Terrorblade every single fight, waste his meta. Okay, well you've used Metamorphosis, you want to fight us? I'm just going to tornado you and keep you in there, and then you control the additional units, like mess with the Magnus, mess with the Hoodwink.
Listen,
Sin 5 does have more kill. Yeah.
I'm mortified. I am mortified that not a single person in our chat has asked for notAhero's gift card yet, and I'm not letting him off the hook. So one of you out there.
Well, I saw someone say yes, Etienne, as a belief.
Was that directed at that? Maybe that was him. Agent Bob from Hydra. Just Bob, give us an exclamation mark in chat if that's what you want. Somebody's got to be in it.
That's a pretty good name though, Agent Bob from Hydra.
Well, let's see if we've got to say, of course, only local South African residents qualify for the gift card. Sorry, I mean just how it is.
Yeah, so if you're from Hydra and not from SA, I'm really sorry. Not gonna happen.
Look, and I also see people moaning about the way I say Adastam. Now I'm throwing him under the bus right now. He denies this. Now I want to throw you guys all back to about 2017, etc. Right, where I saw this man and he told me how to pronounce his nickname about 4 different ways, and eventually I was just like, it's Adastam, right?
Well, to throw you under the bus, we actually asked him 2 weeks ago when he was playing PUBG up, and he said Adastam.
No, he said he says Adastam, like that.
Yes.
The way that Wilson used to say it. Now, what I think is that he actually wasn't sure where he wanted to go, and he was a massive Wilson style fanboy. And because Wilson was like the only caster that used to call him Adastam, right? But anyways, it's interchangeable now. Soz, I'm gonna try say it the way you told me last time, but know that if I ever call you the wrong thing, it's your own fault. Good, moving right along. But anyways, Joshua. You know, you have a conversation, you find out how to say it, right, mate? Okay. I was saying a little heart. I don't know if actually, I'm definitely not on camera right now, but there was a heart there.
Oh, fight's breaking out.
Soup, going to be caught out here. Actually didn't manage to get into the disable first, but there's just damage everywhere. Who wants to call it right now? Because it's all over the show. TKC also getting hurt at the moment, and they're changing target. Someone call a target. Who do you want to hit? Chosen wants to jumper. Adastam says
hit everyone!
But everyone. And on the back lines, Grove goes in. Soup wants a high five. He's not going to get it, but he will get off a decent stun. I lie. Grove gives it to him. That was untidy.
No, so you said call a target, but maybe they did. They ran in there and said hit all of them.
Target everyone.
That's really what happened there. For all of them.
I also want to point out that 3 of the runes went the way of said Sinister 5, so there's that at least going on there. And looks like Grove as well. Schilling's going to happily re-engage. They get some extra damage with Devin. TKC does have the 5 spirits up, so he's going to start launching them. He's got support cast with it. Are there body blocks? What's it going to be? Deppy takes a lot of damage here. Gets caught up by the Thunderclap. And do they have the damage? It's so low. But no, again. Oh, hold on.
Oh, he's going in!
Cancelled.
Cancelled the sword.
Grove actually did a great bit of work there because, yeah, he's taking some damage, but guess what? He didn't have... You know what? Who needs regen when you have 3 gauntlets of strength, huh? Who needs regen?
Yeah, but that's effectively a 110 gold play right there. Like, he just scored 110 gold because Deppy just lost a solve. So, I guess he got a little bit out of it, but... Play by Grove there.
Bottom lane.
Oh, Yappa's being gone on bottom as well.
Post one, but looks like he's going to back things off there. Agent Bob from Hydra says, "It's je weet wie this is." But I tried off guns, I failed. Top lane, they're going to re-engage on TKC again, and damage being dealt. But he does want it, by the way, so he is the one. So when we do the draw, in fact, we're going to do the draw. I'm going to open up quickly because I feel like this is going to be mayhem and madness all throughout the game. So, if you want to win the EGL One t-shirt, and potentially, if you are Joshua, who I'm not very happy with at the moment, or of course Agent Bob from Hydra, a gift card, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to type into the chat only once. Only once. Do not do it thrice. Do not do it 72 times. Just once. Dota 2 ZA. Dota numeric number 2 ZA. One word. Whatever casing you like. Entertain me with your casing. And course,
Very
on your
important that you do it
PSA
once
residence.
because, like, if you
do
do it more
want
than
a
once,
second chance to win,
Yeah.
just hit the subscribe button because I will. If you are a subscriber and you enter, you have 2 chances instead of 1. So bear that in mind. But don't type it in twice.
because you'll be
Otherwise,
removed.
I'll be removed because Evesports blame me when it goes wrong because of the one time I made a little joke about it.
But it's your fault.
Anyways, moving right along. So, for normality, Dota 2 ZA just wants in chat, please. 1 word, any casing. Alright, top lane at the moment. Debbie is getting beaten down by Casper's group, but he gets a huge amount of support from those fire spirits coming on from TKC, and they'll be able to return fire. And that is actually very difficult for them to deal with, because they are almost totally reliant on just slowing, disabling, and then bashing down their opponent over the head.
Yeah, it's just kind of a weird laning structure because you have this Earth Spirit with the Panda top, so there's quite a little bit of mini stuns and slows, etc. Castaway has opted for 2 levels of Cinderbrew, so no Drunken Brawler against the Terrorblade lane, which is very interesting. I guess the right clicks don't matter because of Terrorblade's high armor base, so he wants to get as much magic damage out of it as possible, because it does have 100% scaling. It goes from 75 to 150, so 100% up from level 1 to 2, and with the Earth Spirit, they just want to keep burning away at this Terrorblade's HP without actually right-clicking him because of his armor being so exceptionally high. 10 armor, HellbirD. Ugh. Why is there even heroes like that in Dota?
Because he has no HP, not a hero. Like, oh,
Ooh,
hold
bottom.
on, bot lane. Schlink's in a little bit of trouble here. He does manage to pop the Fairy Fire, but they're going to get the deny that they were looking for. However, Chosen
Gonna
One
pay for
wants
it.
first blood, and he's going to have the Rocket Barrage down, and they're going to leave there. So Schlink's just, I'm just going to stick around to enjoy the scenery. All yours. And of course, that means that
Top
you have your
lane.
first kill, and it doesn't suck for energies. Sorry, for the side of Sinister 5. Managing to pick it up on their 1 position as well.
Yeah, that's a nice little influx of gold for him. He instantly buys boots and a mango. He's going to just keep that up. 1 for the 2 levels of Rocket Barrage, 1 level of stun, and then the flak cannon. So, interesting to see if he's going to go for another level of the Rocket Barrage, or if he's going to start maxing flak. Oh wait, Phoenix goes down, top lane. Yeah, this magic like nuke build that they're going in the top lane is pretty good. 2 levels Thunderbrew, 2 levels Thunderclap. Just carry on nuking them. And Thunderclap is a decent stun, like it's 160 damage. Well, not stun, nuke. Oh, they're going on TP as well. Oh, he's TPing.
Engage, and he will be able to TP out of this one. Okay, but they gave him some love taps as well just to see him go. You know, make sure if he did decide to sit around, they'll kill him. I've seen that before, by the way, where like a player literally he starts TPing out. I've cast like a fairly high level European game where the players start TPing out. But they just started farming next to him. He just cancels his TP and walks away. What a beautiful little bit of work there. The Thunderclap this time came from the HellbirD Smasher onto 2. Means that Soup is in trouble. He's going to fall again here. 3-0. Sinister 5. Are you putting one of those moments on us? I mean, they're actually looking pretty solid here this time around.
Yeah, the lanes are going way better. Adam is not on a hero what he's going to just run away with. So MD doing really solid. He's keeping up with Adam. His hero actually scales significantly better than the Sand King does from the mid lane perspective. Item wise, Adastam's going Echo Saber into Blink Dagger. What is the Kunkka Q? Oh, top lane?
Again, the action
But
never
Soup is
stopped.
here.
Epi in trouble, but Soup has come to help out. Castaway as well as Grove in a little bit of trouble now. Castaway trying to run this off, does do a bit of good work, just evading all the damage that Phoenix is dropping out, but it should be enough for the end to finish him off, and is. Did buy a little bit of time though, Grove. Probably thank him for that if he gets out of this.
Soup is
Has a
still
couple
going.
of seconds until that rolling boiler is up. Should toss down a remnant and be out of here, and he is. Cheers, goodbye.
So nice little rotation by Soup there. Oh, Yappa's going down bottom though. It's not about instantly respawn. Okay, well they went on our top. It means Yappa's alone in the bot lane. So just respond with a kill. And Gyro is one of those heroes. The moment you know you can play aggressive, the person's going down. So very, very nice. What is Kunkka queued up here? He's going phase boots, stick into armlets. Okay, so still pretty far off, but he is level 7, so he can start doing some pressure on the map if he wants to. It'll probably be dependent on the action runes. And then, do you think Yappa goes like the old school Blade Mail build here? Because there's no real big right click heroes apart from, I guess Gyro does quite a lot of burst damage in an instance, so Blade Mail can benefit, but I would rather like to see what the Chinese teams do with Legion Commander, where they just like go hood into Blink Dagger and then they finish like a pipe and become this tanky type of Legion Commander. Your purpose is more to just keep someone locked down with deals.
1000%. I like that
Kunkka
way
top.
of playing. They do drop the Coco Rum and the damage is there. Sin 5, they didn't look like that loss bothered them at all. Maybe it did. Maybe they're angry. I don't know what it is. But right now they're looking a lot better. They do have a little bit of a lead going into the early stage of this matchup. 1k, about the advantage at the moment as the pause comes out. But certainly looking a lot more comfortable. Yeah, so I was going to say, whilst that battle broke out, I really like the play for Legion Commander, where you work as this kind of disabler that can save people.
Damage absorber type of thing.
Yeah. But that also gets rewarded for good work with your victories. You know, that's almost like the thing. Like, if you can set it up and your team can get kills behind you, that's bonus, but your job is more so to be like a hero that saves other heroes, and you have a BKB piercing ulti. That's the big thing for me. I think that it is the only hero in Dota that both has a BKB penetrating ulti and has a beautiful save. So
yeah,
honestly,
I really like it as well. Oh, Tuskar, HellbirD. BKB penetrating ulti and it has a save.
I'm so depressed. I'm so depressed because you're right.
Legion Commander is the only hero in Dota that has a BKB piercing ulti and a save. I'm like, no.
Actually, I'm not happy about this.
I feel bad.
I'm not happy about this. Actually, you're right. You know.
I'm really sorry, but I'm really happy about this.
It's been a great career casting Dota for you all, but don't think I don't like this. Maybe yes, there's a third one, isn't there? Who's the third one?
I'll have to think about it.
They're going to re-engage with TKC, and they do prop the pandas, and the time was just there to make sure they got the rock out. They'll manage to finish off the bird as well, which is never great to see. Just like notAhero destroying my life by pointing out that the worst hero in Dota now. I hate him. Keep techies, but get rid of that stupid, I don't know, whatever he is.
No, Tuskar's a precious piece of Dota
Chop,
history.
that's what he is now.
He's a precious piece of Dota history. So, a very nice thing that Castaway did when he popped the panda split there is a lot of people actually forget that if you pop the invis on the wind panda, it does 140 bonus
Bottom
damage
lane, Soup in trouble. He's being caught out here. They didn't miss with the cooldown though. And looks like they're going to give up on him. And the trees are your friends in the case of Hoodwink. Sorry.
Stay in the trees. Yeah, no, I was just saying, Castaway was using the Wind Panda's invis there at the top lane to get the kill on the Phoenix. I know the Phoenix was 100% dead, but it does 140 bonus damage when you come out of invis and hit someone. So when the boulder hits, he instantly just popped the invis, right-clicked, got that kill nice and efficiently, and then just backed away. So just nice spell usage by Castaway. Because a lot of players end up ignoring it, and they keep the invis for like escape purposes, instead of when it's quite a nice damage bonus. Adam is running at Schlinks. Oh, Bushwhack!
They do connect onto the Enchantress. They pull them straight back in the time. And you know, that's rewarded well. Soup started it, Soup ends it as well. Gets a nice little kill there.
Battle of the Woodland Critters here, hey? This is Hoodwinks. Magnus is kind of from the woodland, and so is Brewmaster, I guess. I don't know what I'm saying. Help me out.
I mean, definitely not. No. After Tusting, I'll point out that he's a Brewmaster. He has nothing to do with the woods. He lives in a tavern where Tusk lives. I hate this game. Tusk and Brewmaster in it together, aren't they?
Middle.
Mid lane, they're going to re-engage and Soup. Going to connect with the Coco Rum. The mid lane, Grove also there, but the RP is good. TKC heating things up. But do they have the damage to finish off the core? Grove may fall down. He has another second. Not going to be there for the rolling boulder. But
Grove kicked MD out of the skewer. I think he did. Because Adam went for the skewer backplay and he just ended up skewering no one.
Top lane, Castaway in trouble. The Sharpshooter will connect. They're not done just yet. They want to bring down Schlinks as well. They're going to duel him and do they have damage? No. But they might be able to finish off the Enchantress regardless and do.
Okay, he is opting for the Blademan build on the... I don't like... I think if he goes a pipe early on, there's a lot of magic burst here. Brewmaster Earth Spirit, Gyro, all their damage early on is Magic World.
Also,
I think if you
there's
just
it does still offer armor, right? Like I'm not because okay, so Legion's like one of my babies, and the thing is, as I missed that kill,
Adam
I-
going down.
I do think that the blade mail, because it gives you armor, is not terrible for this build. What I don't like is people going things like MKB or something stupid. Like just tank
Yeah, but
up.
there's
like,
no real
find
like
the damage
right click
output.
at this point in time. Like not even Gyro right clicks you at this stage of the game.
I mean, fair comment, but I mean, it's not just
Like
right.
Tidebringer is quite a
you
bit,
jump
I
onto
guess.
a gyro whilst using rocket barrage would still get the job done.
Yeah, like I guess so. Like Gyro does a lot of nuke damage. It's not bad. I would just have preferred like a hood. The blade mail this game. It's nice and tanky, just run around the map like creating chaos.
I really want to
Um,
see Grove is playing high 5es with Soup at the moment, right? And what I want to see happen
Yeah.
is like a high five being lured out, and then like Grove just like kick him back in the tower or something. Like, come here.
And
Give me a
someone
high five.
breaks the truce. And as he gets kicked, he just screams, "The betrayal!"
Imagine like watching a UFC fight. You know, at the beginning of every fight, they do this thing with their tap hands. Like it's just
He
sportsmanship,
just tries
right?
to kick you.
It just kicks you in the head. Oh, okay, good. MD wants to bring down a tier 1 tower mid. He's got DD for his help. He's also got armor completed. Nice little bit
Nice
of
and
work
five.
being spotted out here by the bushwhack. In fact, MD, he put an X on himself. I'm not sure what that was, but he will connect beautifully with the Coco Rum. And that's your flaner. Go on, cheers, bye. See you in the next
Turbo's in
line.
trouble.
They bring
Debbie's gonna get
down
found.
the
Tornado.
Magnus as well, and now Deppy being tossed around. They're controlling him nicely, but they don't have any follow-up damages yet. They want the objectives, and why not? No need to be... Oh, okay. El Chosen One. Finally, okay, very good. Nice.
Okay,
Sin
Grove
5,
is
good
looking scary this game. Like, this is a hero where you can put pressure on the map. Like, the techies the last game kind of felt like it fell flat. He's been everywhere. He is 4-1 and 2. Yeah, he's been involved in 6 kills already. He's got the most kills on his team currently. Level 9, HellbirD. Level 9. He's on call with the enemy cores.
Bottom lane, they
He
want
has
to
been-
bring down the gyro, but he gets helped up by, guess who? Grove again. They're bringing in the support though. Do they have the damage? MD wanted to take the engagement, but they did manage to get the press the attack off, so they bailed out, had asked them.
7k net worth Kunkka, 6k net worth Gyro, and Energy is struggling to find space on the map because look, hunting again. Just not letting up. Epi is forced out of the jungle, back towards his tier 3. He's kind of looking for a space to farm.
Is under attack.
This looks good. I mean,
Frank
listen,
on this Earth Spirits.
I always say it at the beginning of a game, but I'll say it again. I love when series go to the full 3, right? You want your grand finals to go to the full 5. And you
Middle
want,
X.
once again, re-engage sharpshooters. There doesn't look like they connect with a torrent though. But yeah, look, as I was saying, you want your games to go the furthest possible way, right? And you want to enjoy good Dota, and all these players are just wonderful Dota players. I mean, you talk about the likes of Castaway and Grove being, you know, sort of top 100, top 500, wherever they are in the world right now, players on SEA or EU. I think they're playing on EU at the moment. So, I mean, top 500 EU is kind of crazy, right? And that's where these players are playing. These are some of the best Dota players on the planet when you consider. I mean, what was our peak concurrent? Was almost 1 million players, something. These guys are top 500, and it's impressive, 100%. And with the ping, they're not playing on ping here, right? How many points does that work, or how many levels does that work? We want to see as much as possible. And right
definitely
now,
significant.
right now, it looks like we are possibly going to a game 3 because one way or another, Sinister 5 they look like a new team. Soup caught out here on the tree line. You're going to bring in MD as well as Castaway. I like how Grove just like, mine!
Yeah, like he's
Mine!
but he's going Ags, so he's eating up these kills because look at his builder HellbirD as well. It's just full on 3 gauntlets of strength, and I'm going Ags now. And he's positioned them in a little triangle in his inventory on purpose as well. Oh, he's back in again! Kick!
He kicks back at them, and he's caught out. They haven't been quite able to finish the job this year, but they are controlling him beautifully. He's still stuck in that little corner. You will get the skewer out, and it is right into the egg, and they have to back out. MD backs off, but he will be caught up by the explosions. And again,
Anistam is still staying there. Drop down the cooldown. They haven't been able to finish off. How ridiculous.
Still has RP.
I mean, this could turn in a bad way. Jumper onto the high ground. Gets caught up by Grove. Gets tossed away as well. Out. Back. Bad. I'm out of here. And it looks like after all of that, the only casualty in the end is the Chosen One gyrocopter. And that matters. Then that matters in a big way. Caster's curse for sure.
Grove is looking scary on this Esports though. But he's getting away with all his engagements. Like, he's not engaging and then getting bushwhacked or like Legion is blink and dueling him because he doesn't have a blink yet. He's Blade Mill completed now. Needs 1,700 gold for his blink dagger. So energy until they get all these tools up. Like Adestam is going for a blink dagger now as well. Until they have these blinks, it's really easy for Grove just to get in and out of these fights. Like we saw there, he rolled onto that Magnus I think 3 times in that engagement, and then just walked away. Rolled on him again, walked away.
That's
Kicks
the
his
weirdest
teammates
thing.
away. Say again?
Like, how did Adastam not die in that fight? I mean, when you listen, if I was sitting in a team fight, disabled for 10 seconds, I would be dead, right? But somehow Adastam, he's that good, right? Like, he's got
It's
some
also
sort of
TKC
weird...
with that Sunray though. That Sunray kept him alive for quite a bit.
Nah,
He had help, HellbirD. He had help. It wasn't just...
I wouldn't know what that's
Magnus.
like. All my friends are bad at Dota.
Oh, that's rude. Just the Legion Commander has the only be piercing and save in the game.
You know,
Oh, bottom?
birds of a feather
Bring
and all
down-
that.
C1 just died again. That is massive. He just died twice in a row.
Yeah,
He's been out of the game effectively for almost 2 minutes straight.
Yeah,
Okay, this is a 50-second death timer, and the previous one was around about the same. So, yeah, close to 2 minutes where he hasn't been able to hit a single creep.
well,
Oof.
I mean, if you think about the fact that Dota could last for what, like 40 minutes, I think 2 minutes. That's a lot of Dota that you're not playing back to back.
Especially on a flash farming hero like Gyrocopter.
100%.
So are they... TKC just trying to get control of their jungle. Because Sun 5 is completely controlling it at the moment. But they kind of need to mirror this movement until their blink daggers are up. So I would kind of like them to play down on the Radiant side until they have blink dagger on this Legion Commander. How close is Adestam? Okay, he's 300 gold away, so he's a little bit closer. But he is still their counter initiation. Yappa needs to go first in these engagements. Oh, they're kind of trying to get their neutrals. That's what's happening here. Seeing if there's anything significant. Essence Ring on... Oh, Ring of Aquila on the Terrorblade. Essence Ring on the Legion Commander. TKC has the Trusty Shovel, of course.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Then anything for the side of Radiant?
Radiant's
Possess
bottom
Mask?
tower
No,
is under
no.
attack.
Okay, Essence Ring on Brewmaster. So no real... Oh, Grover's in.
Once again, mid lane, they're going to engage onto TKC. Can they finish off before the egg pops? Yes, they can. And Soup went in! Soup may just be a casualty here. Of course, they managed to catch him out. The cooldown is there as well. The buyback!
Rigotti!
And that's them! That's how you say his name, and that's how you RP! But he's not just yet. He has to deal with the retreat for Sinister 5. It is not rewarded. It looks so good.
Dire's middle
But
tower
then have
C1's
to
in
finish
trouble.
off Chosen One to make it worthwhile. He knows his fate is over, and of course, it will be Adastam who finishes the job. Man,
Ooh.
man.
If that
how good
egg was a second earlier, but he bought back and he had to TP into the fight. But if they could have timed that a little bit earlier, that egg would have gone off, and then it was a disaster for Sun 5. But whoa, clutch by energy, keeping themselves in the game. They only lost in Soup there. Did they both buy back, HellbirD? I didn't.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I think they both bought back.
KC bought back, and I think that was it. Just
That was
TKC.
it. So, a POS 5 Phoenix buyback to kill the enemy team's POS 1 Gyrocopter. 100% worth, and they can go into the race pit now as well. Do they have meta up? No. Oh,
Do
nice blink by
try
Adam.
to catch something out here, but they haven't been able to find anyone just yet. Oh, that RP.
That was juicy. It was so juicy.
And I think they were lucky. I'm not sure how they all got out, but they were all pulled back into the egg as well. They were RP'd, the egg was dropped, and they were skewered back into the egg. And I think they just all managed to it was just we out of here, boys.
It's like, run, friends.
Run.
Okay, Yappa now has this blink dagger as well, so they can start applying pressure with the Legion plus Hoodwink combo. So there's also an Aether Lens on the Hoodwink. He's going Ags next. And that's also significant. If he manages to get those Ags up, Like, Boomerang plus Sunray is going to hurt people. But is Sin 5 going BKBs?
They are going to
Brewmaster,
catch out a big target. He's been pushed all the way back. Yappa, can they finish the job? He's going to pull back into the turret, into the Coco Rub, and he will be brought to his knees as well.
You split for that? Castaway, you split there. I guess he's 100 gold away from Ags, so he's going to have another one regardless. But I don't think split was necessary there. I guess just securing the kill. But
he's close as Ags as well, so it does, I mean, it almost hurts worse, right? Because you were like, I would have my 2, but now you'll only have your 2 in 104 seconds.
And he still has an arcane rune as well, so it's not the end of the world. But he's going shard and then into Aether Lens, and then probably he'll get a refresher shot afterwards. 4 splits on Panda means they can basically fight all the time, as long as Kunkka has Rum or the Ghost Ship. So very surprised that neither of these teams have opted for sneaky Roche play, because there's been big engagements, teams losing heroes on both sides, and then Roche has just kind of been ignored. Yes, there's scary team fights. You've got Gyro and Kunkka. Oh, there they go into the pit. And then you've got Magnus and Phoenix.
I have some corrections I want to make to our friends in chat, and I don't mean to give anyone a hard time whilst this Roshan's going on, but I'm reading it, I hear people chatting about like the sides and that kind of stuff. So, Energy Esports and Sinister 5 are some very complicated sides, because Adastam actually used to be in Sinister 5, and Castaway used to be in, I guess, the WRG side that's being referred to. So, it is hold on, they get the duel off onto Castaway. They haven't been able to finish him off. You see the RP's there, goes into the Coco Rub. The actual cancel then got off, but it's only onto 1. And now this might could turn around in a big way. They get off a beautiful egg though. Then Sunray going on to 3 in the back line. Comes Grove, beautiful ulti from him as well. And that Astab, he's standing his ground at the moment, but is he going to be brought down? He should fall, and he skewers away. In the end, he does die, and TKC will be the leftovers. What?
Depi,
how are we here? 5 for 1?
Depi couldn't get his BKB off. He couldn't get Sunder off. He was stunned by the boulder by the Brewmaster. Then he got torrented by the Kunkka. Then Grove rolled on top of him. Then he got silenced. And then he got boulder stunned again. He never had a chance to pop BKB. He never had a chance to pop Sunder there. And that was the difference. Terrorblade used meta and didn't move, HellbirD. He just stood there during the entire fight, trying to cast a single spell and hit someone. It just didn't happen. Oh. Chain stunned him. Oh, Grove is in. The Ags.
Again,
delivery.
Hero's back. He delivers Yappa again. You've seen this story before, and this time at the very least, never mind. I was going to say we'll have to see the death of Grove, but that doesn't fall down either. This looks far more terrifying than Techies. I just want to say, this looks like the player that we're supposed to be scared of. Don't give it. Let the Techies through. Maybe even let the tree through. Do not let the Earth Spirit through. It's a problem.
But also this build he's going is extremely annoying. Now he's Q to BKB. No boots, 3 going to the strength, into Ags. Just finds someone, turns them into a remnant, kicks it all the way back to his team. And it's such a huge form of engagement. He's going to go again. He's looking for a target.
Does once again get bailed up by guess who? Grove, get out of here! Get out of here, Depi! We don't want to play with you. Not yet. We'll let you know when we're ready. It'll be after we dealt with that ass stuff. But a beautiful blink. Guess what? That Cyclone doesn't deal damage, so he is able to just blink away immediately afterwards.
If only that Cyclone did damage, then Brewmaster would have been best hero in game.
Dire's courier has been
Pretty good though. Still really good though.
Where are you going?
Okay, I like this. Castaway opted not to go the Aeon Disc. He's decided to go straight to Refresher because he's not really feeling threatened at the stage of the game. He's always getting his splits off. That effectively means 4 Brewmaster splits. And yeah, it's going to get really hard for energy. How far is Depi off the Scotty? You're quite a distance away. But the top net worth are all kind of clustered. Like you see C1 still on top even with those deaths, but I guess his team is on the front foot. Him and MD are at the top, then Castaway, and then Adastam and Depi like right behind them. But Yappa is kind of struggling this game. He's opting for a BKB next, which is I guess fine. He needs it. have shard yet? No, he
Dire's
doesn't.
bottom tower
Would
is
you
under
not
attack.
go shard here before BKB, HellbirD?
Dire's
Because it
bottom
effectively,
tower has
it's a
fallen.
mini BKB.
Nature attend us.
Granted, I actually find that the shard on the LC is broken. I mean, you said it's a mini BKB, it's like the mega BKB.
Yeah, and his turret blade completely got annihilated in that roast fight because he couldn't move. So,
Radiant's
oh, middle?
top
Big
tower
deal.
is
Grove again. Who's it this time? It's Adastum, and he's going to be screwing away. Everyone's bouncing around. Follow that, Mr. Observer, as he now is caught out. What? Guess what? MD has an X for you two. Adastum will fall again. Oh man, it's ping pong out here. Not ping
Yo,
pong. What is it?
teleport-
What is it? What's it?
Ping pong?
No, not even ping pong. I think of a thing that's bouncing around. It's more like the
Ping pong.
no, not ping pong. I'm thinking the thing with the
Flubber.
rudders. No, flubber. Flipper, the sniper. The thing with the rudders, man. What's the thing with the rudders?
Rudders.
Yeah,
There's no rudders.
yeah, I know. There's a game, an arcade game with rudders. Rudders. Soup will
What
tell
are
you.
you talking
Soup, there you
about?
go, rudders. Dave, rudders. You see? That's what I'm talking
Talking about
about.
pinball.
Pinball. Thank you. There. That's what I'm
Oh my
looking for.
goodness!
Look at him go. Pinball. Thank you. That's guys,
TKC's
that
in trouble
hard.
here.
Yikes.
They spotted him.
Yeah, TKC.
It was
trying out.
literally
Of course,
a Windows
he
game,
too.
HellbirD.
He too has not got rudders, but he's got the bouncy stuff. He's gonna bounce all the way down to the tree line, and he should be out of harm's way. Look, at the moment, this is looking really good for Sinister 5, but the job's not been done just yet. I think that they still have to answer the question. This TB is still very much in this game. Deppy is not weak by any means, fourth highest
split
net
top.
worth, but not far behind any of the three cores for Sinister 5.
Radiant are
If they
scanning.
would
I'm
one
really,
good fight,
I'm really upset about this pinball thing. Like, it should have been one of the first games you ever played on like Windows XP. There was a pinball game, which is probably the best game of all of our childhoods, and you forgot the name.
Actually, sir, I'm much older than that, and I played like a weird pinball game on Windows. It was like, you were like, it was like first-person pinball, but you were in a car. It was great.
Well, then you should have not forgotten that name at all.
Or it wasn't called pinball. It was called something like,
Space pinball.
no, Ricochet. It was called Ricochet. There we go.
Well, those people destroyed your childhood brain, and now you can't remember pinball.
You know, I'm looking for an excuse. Did you know that Legion Commander was the only hero in the game with BKB penetrating LT in a save?
And it's save.
Yeah.
Oh no! What about Tusk? Like, let's not do that again.
And that they call
Teams
ground
have kind of like-
play. I remember that one at the
Radiant's
very
top
least.
tower is under attack.
So, energy smoked up for this. They're waiting for someone to show top to make a movement, but just completely on the other side of the map,
Radiant's
pushing
top
out the
tower is
lanes.
under
They in the front, got his Ags, BKB. Is he going SNY or is he just going to keep the Yasha? Why is
There's
he
one-
been X?
Yeah, he wants to do some damage. Come on, he's got DD up. He's gonna kill the creep wave. He hit the tower and pull straight back. No problem whatsoever.
Radiant's top tower
Do we have a
is
winner
under
yet
attack.
for our shirt contest? By the way, I
Dire's
noticed we're
bottom
30
tower
minutes
is under
in.
attack.
I don't see any winners just yet.
So,
Ages ago? Okay, ages ago. Never mind. Who won?
oh, well, it's Junaid Kiran.
Radiant's top
That's
Junaid,
right.
tower is under attack.
congratulations. Unfortunately, means no one's getting gift cards today. Sorry, Joshua. In goes Grover again. Guess what? Who's he delivering this time? It is. Guess
Oh
what?
my
Jumper
goodness.
again. He doesn't like Jumper. Clearly there was some Jumper issues in the past or something, because he just keeps tossing him back.
Like, turning him into a stone, kicking him across the map, just stunning him again. Because he has the 120 rolling boulder damage now as well, so these rolls are
Oh,
doing...
they've got Adastum as well, and we'll blink through this. He BKBs, and he does skew down to the low ground, but it looks like they're still interested. They don't want to take this fight. That BKB is running a little bit low, but TKC taking no chance. We're going to stop sunning him up.
Radiant's
That's
top
said
tower is
thanks,
under attack.
but I'm...
Oh, they just pinged out Deppy top. Castaway just pinged out Deppy.
They don't have
Drawing
numbers
on the map
around
as well.
At the moment. See Castaway. You know, we spoke about this as a counter to RDK actually when he was playing the Naga, We haven't spoken about much in this game, but like, unless I wasn't listening, which sometimes happens. But I mean, obviously the same applies, right? You did okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I said he can destroy the illusions and then he can act the real Terror Blade in the air and then not really care about TB in these fights. But he does have a big AB, so it is a little bit more significant. And he's got enough gold for Scotty now. Has he bought it out or is he saving buyback? What is his buyback? No, he's actually buying it out. Hope buyback on TB. I guess he's one of the worst buyback heroes in the game because if you don't have Metamorphosis, you kind of don't want to buy back and run back into the fight. They're not going to make it in time for this Roche.
They're trying, they're going
Duel?
to get Duel off onto Schlinks, but he gets saved immediately
Oh!
by Bears. Oh, I saw the effect! Jumpers on the low ground! They pop the ulti from Castaway, and they should be able to finish off. Sunray comes through though. TKC trying to do work. In comes the silence though, again from Grove. Too good at this game, too good at Dota. Deppy, can you deal? You're starting to feel alone. The buyback comes in from the Phoenix. And Aston, he's running away. He's in trouble, caught up by the stone as well. And Castaway still has a split there. The skewer back does mean he's going to force it out. He knows he has to. The call down comes on. Deppy using a poor TKC. And TKC gets rewarded with an RP. And the Dwellers swap the Aegis as MD gets low. But he hasn't fallen just yet. But they will bring down the Terror Blade. They will bring down Adastum. And they will most likely bring down Game 3. Because we're likely going to it. Sinister 5. Oh man, you look beautiful tonight. Energy looking like they're on their last legs here.
And I'm getting like little shivers from watching Grove play this Esports. Like, Schlinks was dead. He was done. The hoodwink sharpshooter was about to hit him. Just turns him into a stone.
No
kicks
one's
him
dead
out.
unless Grove says so. That's the reality of this game. You want your MVP, like, take a guess.
Yeah.
Right now, even if they were to lose the next matchup, it feels like he'd be the MVP of the series regardless, because he's been so good on this Earth Red. Who needs boots, by the way?
Look, he's going in again.
And this, well, I mean, look, it's not going to get much cast Cursey worse than that. I mean, that's like, if you want to cast this curse, that's it right there. You want to describe?
No, I think that was more energy going like we've had enough of him now. We've had enough of him.
Anyway,
Just duel him, Yappa. Just duel him.
You know things aren't going great when you literally rolling boulder. You're rolling boulder in, you miss, you end up hitting a throne, get skewered onto the other side of it. Like, it's ripperonis then.
Yeah. Adam wants to skewer him into fountain. Yappa just wants to deal him. They just want to deal with him, and nothing just synergizes. They end up killing him, but it's just like, okay, we need to get rid of this Earth Spirit because it's just doing way too much. Yeah, and their heroes don't insta like disable him. There's no insta catch apart from like I guess duel, because you don't really want to blow RP on this Earth. Okay, I guess at this point in stage you do want to blow RP on this Earth Spirit because he's just gonna say,
Goes towards bottom lane. They're hunting. The shockwave will not find him. Adastum still wants him, but he's expended everything he can. He's gonna have to back off now.
RP would have gone for that, but it was still about 10 seconds away. He's got it.
Was even closer. He was 6 seconds off, but 6 seconds was a lifetime in that situation.
Yeah, like going without RP there and you get turned around on, it's really bad. 24k net worth in an instant. And the cores are, AP is kind of keeping up, he's only 3k behind, that's kind of one team fight. Adam and Yappa are starting to really struggle. 15k on Castaway, he went for this Midas on the Panda, which we see a lot. And he's got the Refresher now as well, HellbirD. So he can use another split, pop Refresher, have another 2 of them, and it's
TKC, he thinks he's in a good spot, he's not. And Grove will once again, they're Julian, but the Coco-Rum! Take that, the RP though! And Astum, the call down, the damage just isn't there! The BKB's up, but he's only pulling back a Panda! A Bruling, who cares? There's 4 down! And guess what? Sinister 5 aren't walking towards the throne anymore. They're walking towards Game 3. Grove, well, you can miss that one. It doesn't matter. We'll pretend we missed all of it because you looked so good this matchup. All right. If you wanted to know if this was a good team, if you wanted to know if these guys could play Dota, guess what? They just proved it. Sinister 5 alive and kicking. And as
Just clinical.
Castaway says, now I'm feeling it.
Dire's middle tower
Energy just called it. GG.
is under attack.
Oh, celebratory gyrocopter ulti at the end.
Oh man,
Just
it is.
crisp. Just
So good.
crisp. Like, Grove completely took over this game. He's not being punished by going like cheap early items. Like he just went the 3 Gaunters of Strength, rushed Aghanims, and even before he had the Ags, like he was getting away with what he needed to do on the map, and he made it look stylish. Like the saves, the initiations, the hero catches, the kicks, just so good, and it creates so much space for his team to make the right decisions in those scenarios. Hands down MVP for game 2.
Oh, it's so good, and of course, this is what this kind of tournament needs, right? You want to have these kind of matches that take you all the way in. You want your BO5 grand final, right? But you definitely want your BO3 that goes all the way game 3 in your winner bracket final. The two arguably best sides in the country who are playing for so much here. There's so much on the line because getting to this grand final isn't as a normal kind of situation. We have seen South African Dota for many, many years that this was just something you had to get past before you had the repeat matchup in the grand final. However, this isn't it. This is not the same situation because XD, they await you. And they are the purple menace right now. You don't really want to play against XD if you can avoid it, especially not in a low bracket final. Don't think for a second that Sinister 5 or Energy Esports just get away free. They will all take that team very seriously, and they are looking very sharp right about now. But anyways, I know that everyone's got a break, but I did promise the chat something, so I just want to clarify a couple of things, because I saw some conversation in the chat, and notAhero also goes as far back as I do. He was also like a player back for the last forever. I was a player back forever and a caster for the last 10 years. I want to make this point just so you guys understand the history here a little bit better. Adastim is a Sinister 5, like, I would say alumni. He played for them and he won with them for many, many years. Now playing for Energy Esports. Castaway was on multiple sides in the past. He played for the likes of Goliath Gaming, Elite Pro, Sinister 5 themselves, and he's moved around quite a bit, and he's played abroad overseas. When it comes to these teams, I would say they're both, again, in like a formation stage, because although these sides haven't exactly been, I would say like Sinister 5 in particular, they've been they've changed a lot of players a lot in the last little while. Energy have been more consistent with their teams, but they haven't been as good for a while. They're really good. So both these sides are in a formation period of their the MGOs. And this event, I think, is a massive one for it as well, because we've seen so many of these sides, and XCI included in this, just trading blows, getting wins, etc. This is a new time in South African esports. Yes, there's legacy with the Bravados and the White Rabbit Gamings, and yes, Sinister 5 and Energy respectively, but right now, it's a brand new era. So throw everything you know out and know that this right now is the beginning of something brand new, fresh, and beautiful. Anyways, we're going to take a quick break. It probably will be a very quick break, and we'll be back with the deciding matchup, and we will decide who goes into the first ever EGL One Grand Final. We'll see you in a minute. Right. I was hyping it up, and I really do think that what you're watching now is an important part of South African Dota history. First things first, I do believe that we're at the start of a new era of esports in South Africa with regards to Dota in particular. I do believe that what you're seeing now is it's incredibly important to these players. I think this might be the most important tournament of the year, and I think that this may be the moment that you get to really secure your legacy. We often talk about bravado. You know, I had to clarify the difference between bravado blue slash, or rather bravado blue versus bravado emotion slash bravado black. And the fact that you have to do that, the fact that your mind jumps to one team, is because of the legacy that that one team left. And the fact that you look at players like Chosen One here, who were part of Bravado Blue, the side that no one really knew about, that's kind of the legacy that you're fighting for here. It's more than just the money at this point. The money is great, the money is significant if we're totally honest. But at the same time, I mean, the money is just one part of it. The fact that you can get a large sum of cash to, you know, almost sustain yourself as a player is one thing, but the ultimate goal is to win. And I think winning something like EGL One is special, especially the first time that it happens. So, with my particularly long-winded introduction out of the way, we're about to go live with Game 3 here. And, I mean, I say this, we are going live with Game 3. The draft is ready. And you're watching a little bit of history right now, because the Grand Finals is one game away for both of these two sides. But as I said, there is a side waiting in the lower bracket that neither team really wants to have to play. That's the reality of it. And I'm not a hero. You are a very achieved player. Am I wrong? If you were either Energy or East or Sinister 5 as a player right now, would you want to have to deal with XD in the lower bracket?
No, because XD as recently as last week beat both of these teams. So it's a scary one, because we spoke about it briefly as well. Like, XD is looking form at the moment. Like, the plays that they're pulling off, the synergy that team is playing with looks basically what we saw from Sun 5 Game 2. So, very scary side, and that's lower bracket matches. Like, anything can happen in a lower bracket match. You can go 1-1, and then the third game someone cheeses, and then entire tournament is over after a Huskar pick or a Broodmother pick or anything along those lines.
Or an Earth Spirit pick.
5 seconds.
Or an Earth Spirit pick.
Yeah, listen, but
yeah,
before we
it's
continue,
just-
because the drafts here, I apologize for interrupting, but I really want to ask, guys, we are 4 subscribers away on this channel from the 700 number. Let's not leave it until next week to get it. Please do us a favor, hit the subscribe button, be part of the EGL One journey. Of course, this is also, it's a multi-title channel as well, so if you like CSGO as well, even more reason to click the button. So please, just 4 of
Hit the
you,
button.
let's go. Hit the button. Oh wow, look, sorry, I looked across and then wow, drop. Okay, notAhero, engage, go.
So Energy opting for this Treant. They still don't want to deal with Gross Treant. I guess they'd rather face the Earth Spirit again. Take out an Axe because it's just too much of a flex. Then we see AA and Nex taken out because pick this. No, that second pick this. So they wanted to take the Bambi but not leave the AA and the Nyx in. And then Energy opens up with Hoodwink, which they had the previous game. It was okay. It wasn't game changing. It was decent. And then they go back for the Templar Assassin pick, which I was really surprised they didn't do in the second game, because they first phased it in the first one and it turned out really well. And then the second game they didn't do that and then it got banned out. So going back for the TA, Earth Spirit is a little bit better against the hero than a techies that they had in their first game. The ulti does take the charges off, he can keep refreshing them. And why
fitting?
not go for this Earth Spirit again?
Yeah, how fitting,
yes,
right?
You're opening your draft with two supports, but after that Earth Spirit game, I don't even think it matters.
And of course, the TA was the winning hero in game 1, right? Like, Energy used TA to win game 1, and it was the hero that it was the hero that won game 1 as well. So the fact that you have the game-winning hero on your 1 position versus your 4 position, or I mean, what was he actually? I'm not sure he's going to run this as with Enchantress, but we'll see.
Well,
but
he did the second most damage on his team the previous game. I think he did 19,000 damage. It was about 2,000 more damage than the Kunkka. Might be mistaken on, but yeah, he did quite a bit of bit of
Point
damage.
being, I like this. This settles things, guys. I think this is a big deal. At least for our winner bracket
Team
final.
back.
Because who knows? Maybe we will still get the
Dire
grand
team
final
back.
being an NG Esports versus Sinister 5 matchup. But again, you don't want to have to go to the lower bracket. You want to be the side that ran the upper bracket, that won beautifully without dropping a match. And obviously that is available to one of these two sides. But Kunkka and Viper banned out by NG. The Wraith King and one more to follow banned out so far by
The
Sinister
Wraith
5.
King ban is an
Remaining.
interesting one. It might be. Is this like a setup for a faceless void pick? Like that comes to mind as the main counter. Both teams opting for Terrorblades in the previous 2 games. It actually lost both games, and both TBs didn't look like it had a lot of impact. DP would run into a team fight, and after right-clicking someone
Radiant
3 times,
team
he would
back.
turn around and have to run the other way. And kind of with the same principle for C1 in the first game. Their farm was there, but the heroes just weren't functioning. Ooh, I like this. Clockwork plus Hoodwink. Your 2 supports alone can kill probably anything on the map, as long as Grove is nowhere near, because he's just gonna roll in and kick the Clockwork out of the cogs. So, but they banned the puck. Darkseer banned for the side of Energy Esports. Darkseer could have been pretty good for them as well. Darkseer Clockwork lane. I guess they don't want to give it to Castaway. I've probably been spamming a bit of Darkseer in the ranked games, and it's a natural combo with the Earth Spirit. So just taking that out. What was the link? It was Brewmaster plus the
Brew Enchantress.
no, it was Brew and Earth Spirit in the lane, and Enchantress was bottom with the gyro. So I don't know. Maybe a carry that can benefit more of this Earth Spirit's early like levels, like not just eat up all the damage being spammed on him. So probably like Ursa, even gyro for them, but they've already gone for this Templar Assassin. I think that's maybe a little bit too greedy. I like Ursa with the TA for Energy Esports, and then they go back for the. Oh no, they go back for the gyro for
game 1.
for C1. He looked more
Looked
comfortable
good,
on it than
yeah.
he did on the Terrorblade, and the hero always has impact. Like Flak Cannon does a lot of damage in the game, and then obviously the ulti is pretty good in the early stages, and then Rocket Barrage in the lane is really strong. So
It's funny because we're almost seeing what. Okay.
oh,
I was gonna.
what did
I
I
was
say?
about to say. I
Game
was,
3,
I was
and it's
about,
the TA counter.
I was
Oh.
about to say we're going to these things that worked in the series so far. So, Energy's picking
10
heroes that they
seconds
feel
remaining.
have worked in the series, and since
So
5 are picking heroes
Energy
that
messed up,
worked.
bro.
5 seconds
Energy messed up here because in the first game when they first faced the TA,
banned it.
their next 3 bans was Kunkka, Viper, and Huskar.
Team back.
Okay, obviously there was no Earth Spirit at that stage,
Hmm.
but they banned Kunkka, Viper, and Huskar. So that ban in the first series probably gave Castaway the
Dire
idea
team
for,
back.
well, he doesn't want to play TA into Huskar, and they didn't ban it
Hey.
this time, so why
How,
not
how
pick
good
it?
is that meld nowadays? You say?
Yeah, he's kind of gonna have to go the Arbet build. Like when Arbet lanes against these unfavorable matchups into the strength heroes,
10
he gets an
seconds
early level of
remaining.
meld, 1 level
Yeah.
of refraction, and he kind of like just makes
5
sure he
seconds remaining.
meld hits that strength hero every chance he gets. Huskar obviously has passive regen. It's pretty low in the early stages, but if he can do that, then it'll be pretty significant. And I actually think he has to go the Dragon Lance build this game. Dragon Lance into Deso, not Deso into Dragon Lance. I don't even think he had a Dragon Lance that first game, but I do think he needs Dragon Lance first before he even gets close to this Huskar. They don't really have much to do with Huskar at the moment. Like I guess Hoodwink has got a break. That's a mechanic that's significant,
Yeah.
but Huskar's ulti purges him. So if he ultis even a creep after he's been broken by Hoodwink, it takes it off.
Hmm.
So Hoodwink will have to
10
every single
seconds
fight
remaining.
wait for the Huskar to use life break, and then
5 seconds
she
remaining.
can like retaliate and combo him. So there is tools, but like we discussed now, it kind of goes both ways. Clockwork's a good solo like Spirit Vessel builder, so that's at least something as well. And in the mid game when TA gets a BKB, she can kill. Because he likes to go these strength items. It's not really armor related. He likes to go Heaven's HellbirD. Armlet, or I guess Armlet gives some armor, but TA can fight him if there is support from the casting crew. Phantom Lancer banned out, Lina banned out, the Brewmaster banned out. I guess that's good. Castaway had a pretty good game with their Brewmaster the previous game, and they did lane the Brew plus Earth Spirit together. So,
Oh,
but small little
Hold
things
on,
the previous
hold on,
game, like
hold on.
just Castaway, yeah.
TA doesn't just go. Sorry, we were talking about Huskar mid, right? Like, so beating TA, but like, so they just put something that beats Huskar now, right? Like, isn't that just the play?
And you put the TA safe lane, you can do
Yeah.
that.
I mean,
Because
that's
I think the hero, the only problem I have with that is I do think Adestam is a April TA player.
Sam used to be a 1. I mean, you could put him 1. I mean, I
And
mean,
then
you
put
could put
Depi
TKT mid. Oh, yeah, of course, Depi. I mean, like you have options here, right? Like you have great players that have played in multiple positions. Adestam used to be a 1 player. Depi probably that makes the most sense. Then goes to the middle. I mean, the point
10
is you
seconds
don't have
remaining.
to have this
back
play.
for. I can go back for Mars, yeah. I like
Radiant
the
team
rings
pick.
with. Oh, they went for Batrider?
What? Oh, thank you so much, Dota
Okay.
gods.
Okay, if you want to put the TA in a side lane, then we're gonna have a Batrider there.
You know,
So
Sinister 5 is one step ahead of the curve here, but
Yeah,
what
that's-
energy you have for us?
10
Is there
seconds
one of my
remaining.
favorite catchphrases in Dota? Is there sting in this
5
tail? What's
seconds
next,
remaining.
energy? Entertain us for a second. Not a hero. You gonna predict it? You willing to put your mind to work? What's it gonna be?
I can just do Juggernaut now. Like lanes well into the Batrider. It's a second. It's like a semi carry. It can be a hard carry, but it's a semi carry as well. It's pretty good with Hoodwink on the lane. Doesn't really care about Batrider. Yeah, I think you just do Jug or Lifestealer. Lifestealer pretty good against Huskar as well.
All right.
I like
well,
Lifestealer because there's a Clockwork as well and a Hoodwink. You can kind of do some cool stuff. Yeah, there it is.
Look at, you know, you never let me down. Okay, let's go. Esports versus Sinister 5, Game 3, your winner bracket final. Winner gets a guaranteed second place here, and far more importantly, an opportunity to sit upon the throne of EGL One. Loser has to deal with the Purple Menace down in the lower bracket. Who will it be? Let us know. You're watching a game. Once again, come and have a chat with us. We don't want to have you silent in the background. We want to hear you. Want to hear what you have to say. I read the chat. You can tell us how wonderful Not a Hero's hairline is compared to mine. And of course, I told you it's all going to be our hair today. But of course, more importantly, you can give us your thoughts because I want to know from the chat. Let me know. Don't be quiet. I know you guys are watching. I know you guys are. Are we at our 700 subscribers yet? I actually want to see that as well. Are we there yet? We need three more subscribers. Let's go. But the point is, come have a chat with us. Come engage with us. We love the participation that we get from the audience. And of course, this game deserves it. And these sides would love your support. Let's go. Game 3. Who's going to take Not a Hero and draft alone? Who do you favor?
I think this Batrider. I've played a lot of Batrider in my SA Dota career, and I kind of think the hero is horrible at the moment. It just doesn't do enough with the sticky charges. He's farming, and they kind of got a counter pick in the form of Lifestealer. So I think Energy has this, but I'm saying this when Grove is on that Earth Spirit. So such a hard one, but yeah, I'm gonna say Energy. Like they've got the Nigma the staple Nigma combo, HellbirD. Tidehunter plus TA. We saw it do so well at TI. No, wait, it didn't. But I'm going with it. I'm sticking to it.
But
I don't know. I just don't think this Batrider this was a really a drafting face-off. Batrider was 100% picked for. Well, if you want to move TA to the side lane, we're gonna have a hero that counters her there as well. That was 100% why they did it, because you made that point. Like, why didn't just move it to a side lane? Then the Batrider pick comes up, and then you're like, okay, I don't want to be a side lane TA against Bat. But this Lifestealer pick is Heaven's HellbirD. It counts as Huskar. He can rage. Huskar can't Heaven's HellbirD the Lifestealer, but Lifestealer can Heaven's HellbirD him. There's no, I guess Lasso is BKB piercing. So there is some tools to deal with it, but what does Hoodwink do? I guess Batrider kind of messes with Hoodwink as well. You can't really catch him if he's flying. Can you shackle him against trees if he's got Firefly out? Doesn't it just pull him over the tree and then the tree gets broken and then you're not stunned anymore?
That is a very fair point. Because I think it's
Because that's how like we haven't seen Batrider at all because the hero is really bad at it. Like, it's really bad.
But there's no
Um,
way that Sinister picked this without knowing something that worked for them, right? I mean, I just don't believe for a
Yeah.
second that players of this experience are like. I will say this much: Chosen One's always lived for me on like the edge of like. There's this point, and I think when I look at players like Chosen One, I often think about players like Scant, where they're these theory crafters. They're these intellectuals that play the game based on what works on paper sometimes, and they live on this like right on this line where sometimes things work very well, and then sometimes you have I'll never forget when Scant started doing the whole. He had a 3 and the 4 position kind of rotate positions halfway through the game. So he used to play like Nyx Assassin, and Nyx used to play as the 3. And then when he got 6, he would move to 4, and then the 3 would, weird convoluted stuff that doesn't quite work. So the point is, sometimes you have greatness, and sometimes you have Nyx changing positions mid game, right? And I guess the question is, do we have greatness, or is that a Nyx in disguise? We'll find out shortly. The game's unpaused, and we're ready to rock and roll. All right.
So I kind of think I want to comment on this Batrider hero again. I think it's kind of bad because they changed the shard again, and people were kind of first off trying to like they were kind of figuring out the previous shard where you could lasso allies, and they take like 80% reduced damage. Because we saw some Chinese teams pick Batrider, and then they would blink in to save an ally, lasso him, and then they would have Ags, so it would lasso the person that was attacking it as well, and then you basically have a 10-second lasso CD. And the Chinese teams were starting to abuse it quite frequently, but no one else was doing it. Oh, but they're going on a Batrider. Yeah, Castaway's in trouble.
I was say,
He hasn't skilled
Castaway
yet.
was
He's fine.
up his state a little bit there, and there's your
Oh, it
answer.
doesn't break.
Does not break it.
Yeah.
And Castaway is snookered here. He's moving towards Grove. Help me out, he says. Grove's got probably boulders. Says, nah, I'm getting out of here if it comes to it. But in the end, looks like no one will fall. But obviously gives a little bit of information away. So Schlinks is likely going to make his way onto the high ground there. But there is in fact enough time for the reposition to come in from Energy. As once again, it's Chosen One just going to start forcing his way towards that top rune. He's committing to it as well. Eventually gives it up, but he's going to be caught up by the bushwhack as well. And a lot of damage. There is another gush in just a second. I think this might be enough damage to slow him down. Let the Squirrel do the job. And Chosen One's going to be your first blood, I think. Doof. Jupper will finish the job. Gives him a little anchor. And we are not taking things slow in game 1. And of course, the bounty runes go 1 to Jupper, 1 to Schlings, 1 to TXC, and another to Deppy. So
The
definitely
blind
a
gaze
win
was
for
started.
Energy.
Did you see the tips, HellbirD? Did you see the tips? The entire Energy squad tipped C1 when he died there.
Yeah, it was a bit ambitious.
Like, it wasn't one tip. It was all 5 of them.
It's not a huge amount of money either to give away the bounty rune. I don't think it's got this. Like, you want them. Like, gain 3 is like, haha. But it's not the same as back when it was like 100 gold, you know?
Yeah. But
When,
the thing
when
is,
there were
first,
2 for 100 gold, it mattered more than when
top
they were
lane?
440. Well, they do get a bit of damage up onto Jupper and Soup.
so
Actually,
Japa also can't go that aggressive this game. The previous game he went 1 level and then 1 level in Smash. He's actually opted for a level of Kraken already. Just because he's being pressured by this Gyro. But Gyro has run out of mana. Okay, he's mangoed up. Never mind. I was like he's out of mana, but he's back up again. So how will the lanes go? Bottom will be pretty passive. When Batrider doesn't have Firefly, they should be able to kill him. I don't think this Earth Spirit's going to be pressuring this Lifestealer much, and he should have a pretty free lane. Interesting to see that they decided to put TKC on the Clockwork instead of Soup, because we've seen some crazy clock performances by Soup over the past few months.
Maybe just feels more comfortable on the Hoodwink, as in like, that kind of difference where TKC is like I'm not a fan of Hoodwink, so go.
Yeah.
Which
Like,
I get
haven't
because
played
he is a
the
New
Euro too much.
Zealander, right? So I'd appreciate that. In fact, I gain respect for TKC in that regard.
TKC is on Grove at the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just running.
He has to
down.
wait for the. He has to wait for the the battery assault to run out before he can even try and roll. Once he's
I don't
level
know
2,
if
you
he
can obviously
did
just
try
kick
to
him
roll or
away.
anything, but like he wasn't cooled down, so maybe actually no idea what happened. Maybe he did try to roll.
No, he didn't try and roll. Like, I just said he's waiting for the battery.
Well, he
top
goes
lane.
back on to Dep, he immediately rages on back. So TKC does have his battery assault forced out for that. He's not done just yet.
Oh,
He'll get
C1
the
goes
first
down.
second blood, if you will, onto the New Zealander. But they get the cross kill onto the gyro, which is far more important.
Yeah, that's his second death. He was the first blood, now he's died again. So his farm is not really moving. He's got, okay, I guess he's got 10 CS, it's not that bad. But compare it to the Lifestealer, which is already on 17 with 8 denies, Gyro on 10 and 1. So really good. I really like this Lifestealer pick. It really finished off the draft, it counters the lanes. It is a hero that can deal with Huskar as well. So I want to see Deppy get Ags and infest in the Huskar and just kill him like that. Take this, you regenning troll thingy, because man, Huskar is one of those heroes
Blessings.
Huskar is one of those heroes we've all had a nightmare game against, where you lie in bed at night and go, we just couldn't kill that Huskar. Like,
You said you'd never talk about this again. Not a hero. Why are you like this? Why do you bring
Like,
these
you know what I'm
Vietnam
talking-
flashbacks?
Like, all of us have had that game. Like, oh, this Huskar just rushed armlets and we couldn't do anything to him. But oh, they're actually rapping on him. Are they gonna try this? He's level 5.
You know what's interesting actually? Is that you know who knows all about Huskar is actually Castaway. When they played as noob, they used to rock this thing. So I mean that's actually one of the famous matches they had as noob was when they beat Bravado Blue with a Huskar pick.
Well, Adam also know about it because Adam picked it for Dota and Die when they won the championship in 20. They had an offlane Huskar. I remember this. Yeah, so both teams familiar with evil troll of Dota 2.
Does that
He's
mean like
actually
Shadow
really-
Shaman's a good troll? Like he's the same as Shadow Shaman, right? He's just like jacked Shadow Shaman.
He's like a berserked.
Shadow Shaman.
What did you call the Vikings that used to like?
A berserker. You were right there.
Yeah, like
you had it.
Yeah, like the. Okay, so I was on the right form. Oh, C1 top again. Taking quite a bit of
Engaging,
damage.
He's okay for the time being, but obviously the scroll hurts, man. Hoodwink.
So this
Indeed.
Lifestealer pick has also opened up their map for them now because he can solo against this Batrider, like completely like uncontested, and that allows TKC to start rotating. You can see he's already making his way top.
Soup gonna catch up.
Running at
So the
Schlings.
Grove is there, but the damage has actually been significant. TKC in the surrounds means that they can't even try to counter with superior numbers, and in the end, they're gonna have to settle for just like not even high fives. Bottom lane, however, Castaway
If
really
I-
struggling with Deppy at the moment. He's 32 for 12.
If I observe, I can just go to MD quickly. I just want to note on this. Like, this is really good play by MD as a player. Like, he's beaten TA in the lane, but instead of just leaving TA to, like, farm the side camps, he's pushing the lane into the tower, and then he's making his way to those side camps to farm them. So he's forcing Adiston back to the right-hand side of the jungle. He can't stack ancients for himself. It's a longer route back to the lane, so he's kind of losing out
They're
on the extra
re-engaging
battle.
here, and they will pick up the first kill onto the Hoodwink. Tips come out. Revenge from Chose One to Soup. You know, he's going to be like, he's going to be taking loans out for tips after the tips he got at the beginning of the game. Hey guys, you got a tip for me? We'll, I'll be willing to take you to a grand final if you give me tips. Look at Castaway's position. This is very interesting. He's cutting the creep wave. They actually pulled them around. I think the idea here is to stack.
He's
2
doubling
creep
them up.
waves, and you'll pull
Yeah,
them
he's-
into the neutral camp if it's available, and then just. Excuse me, whilst I
He's
follow my
not
police dagger.
sticking them at the moment though.
Oh,
Oh, they fortified it. Was it for the mid? That's really okay. He's still gonna get it. I was like, oh.
I actually think it was literally just to mess with him. Oh wow, actually the damage Soup! It's not supposed to be this way. He's level 5, he's level 2, you're a sport, he's a core, go away!
Adam has even given TKC this mid lane now. He wants nothing to do. Like, he's content in the jungle. TA, one of the heroes that can just accelerate her farm. Oh, but they're hunting. They know he's going to move up here because of the bounty rune. Oh, okay, no, he sees them. There's vision there on the right-hand side.
Love this play, just securing a triangle, just blocking Adastum out of this area.
Oh, but he's
Schlinks.
bringing friends.
Yeah, he's going to get slowed down, and he wants to finish the job onto Schlinks. And Schlinks in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have an touch up just yet. He wants out. Japper also getting involved in this. They're all just, you know, Energy posted this tweet where there's like, I don't think it's appropriate that I kind of mentioned, but basically there's a couch. and if
There's
you
a
wanted,
couch.
and next time they tweet it, if they win this game, they should probably just have that moment, 'cause just surrounding this poor enchantress who just wanted out.
We wanted to get away from the couch.
Nothing more in the world to just get away from that couch. But you know what?
Going on Adam here.
Again, they re-engage and Adastum very low and is brought down. Schlinks takes a lot of damage though. Again, immediately killed, which really hurts as a support. Like dying back to back, like they can see. Soup knows it too. He's a support player these days, and he knows how much that hurts. But MD
has found his space
got
though.
a full armlet uppery, and they re-engage on TKC. And guess what? Guess who it is, and guess who's not going to die? Well, guess it's MD, because he's able to get out of this one. Armor toggles will be more than enough. And regen rune, of course. That's a
I don't
problem.
think he wants it though.
Yeah, I was
He
gonna
doesn't
say,
want
like,
it.
awkward, right? Like, it's such a strange hero to play where literally you give the mana to your core, to your support over the full HP to it. But anyways, Japper, he's got his 6 up, and Chosen One is running him down. Does he decide to ravage?
no.
That's the question. It would not result in much other than a delayed death, and of course, cool guys don't look at explosions. MD turns his back on that one. This
MD has
hustle's
played this
working
really
now.
well. Yeah, he's played this really well. Like we said, like pushed on the mid lane into the tower the whole time, stopped the TA from moving into the top triangle jungle area, and this is where he's playing Dota now. He's moving between the mid lane and this triangle and the top lane, and he's just going to keep doing this rotation because Adastam can't get close to his ancients while this Huskar is even close to it. And they don't have tools to deal with him yet until this Hoodwink is level 6. But I'm saying that Hoodwink being level 3.
TKC. Get around. Oh no. He's pulled a HellbirD. That's what that is.
And
But he doesn't have a force off to get out of this one.
It's a mini RTZ because it's not on the top cliff.
The courier's up there, and Grove's just like watching this happen. Like, I'm not here. I'm not here. Go away, little courier. There's nothing to see here.
It's a mini RTZ. That's literally what that was. Oh, he's gonna kill the courier?
Oh no, he goes straight to TKC, just kicks him away. Goodbye, as he is not level 6 yet. He does have Tranks up. Now, Grove doesn't like boots. For those of you who don't know, he's actually got a rare condition where brown boots make him upset. He's not allergic to them, he stares at them with extreme
grumpy.
anger.
Radiant's
Yeah.
Just imagine like a really angry face whenever he sees brown boots. That's what happens.
Right, look.
Mid lane, MD, gonna be. I say he's gonna be caught out.
Purges.
Take that,
No, it
go
purges.
straight back on. Does happen to have the fire available. Will knock everything back for the time being. Has to bail out though. TKC still without his 6, can't challenge again. And obviously again, he feels flying fit. Who cares? 500 HP.
Why-
I have 1,000.
What did Icefrog think
2,000.
to give Lifebreak a purge was a good idea? Poor Soup thought he had him like bushwhack there, and the Lifebreak just purged the stun, and it completes the Lifebreak, and Huskar is okie dokes okay. Like what is that even? I don't know.
I think the big thing for me is like Adastam's having a torrid time at the moment. He's sitting at 3.6k. That is beneath Castaway's lane. And Castaway, I would say, if I'm totally honest, yes, as a bat rider he was able to pull stuff, but this isn't the lane he wanted. I mean, Lifestealer is pretty much immune to his coercion, and then of
But
course
his creep skipping was still getting him farm though, so he's
exactly.
kind of gotten the best out of it. Yeah.
he's played well, but it sucks at the same time. You know, it's like guys that are as good as I could possibly be asked for. I haven't died yet, but you know,
Not
at the
gonna
same
pressure
time,
the
he's having
Lifestealer,
all the
yeah.
harm in the world. But with that said, he's ahead of the TA. And
Yeah.
said TA is a flash farmer of note who at Aston has been able to win games for his team with. The fact that he's behind to me is a massive, massive problem for NG. They need to make
It's
space
mainly
to catch up.
because he's been completely blocked from him going into his own triangle. Like MD has only now started not playing in that area, and this is probably the first ancient like camp that he's taken the entire game.
So
11
when
minutes.
you
into the
say
game.
triangle, do you mean troll land?
Troll
the
land.
the bridge in which the troll lives under? That area?
The staircase where the troll lurks. Is that what's going on?
Pretty much.
What was the deal with trolls under the bridge though? You had to solve a riddle or something.
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, Castaway made a mistake.
Oh, the hook shot by TKC. And Grove, he wants out, and of course he will get out because he's got range. However, Yappa denied! Picks up the hatred. Huh? You like body blocks? Huh? Huh, Grove? You want to win a game against us? Huh? I'll bust some body blocks. Okay, well, doesn't matter. Gonna bring him down.
It's with the anchor. It's so satisfying when you get a kill with that anchor, hey? It's just like gonk.
It's like a last hit. Even a last hit feels good when you have to. You know, like, but when it's hero, it's like,
Kind of like Omni Knight's attack animation. That.
It's almost like somebody gave you a chicken mayo pizza and you just frisbeed it directly into a dustbin. Didn't even hit the sides, just straight into the dustbin where it belongs.
No, you will never do that. You Italian, like you'll see a glimpse of pizza in there and you won't be able to throw it away. Like you won't enjoy it, but you'll be like, this was a pizza once, until someone ruined it. So
unfortunately, you cannot save it because this is the problem, right? The mayo goes into the Deppy, and Deppy goes into the creep, and Deppy gets the stun off onto the MD. But it looks like they're gonna play around with this one, actually. Grove comes in aggressively. He gets off a decent ulti as well. They're going to try to bring in the Thailand.
Good
Ravage onto 2, but it's enough. MD once out for the time being. Turns and starts to deliver. Inner fires out. And backline. I think he hit his own friend. But more importantly, they bring down the Huskar. And Castaway gets off a decent flame break, but he has to evade. He's got to get out of harm's way. And at Astam, gonna have to deal with the neutral creeps that are coming in. They even drop the call down just to help them out. A lot of damage coming out from the sidelines, just probing away, looking for an opportunity, but then they're gonna have to be satisfied with only losing the 2 because that definitely was not their fight. But
I think Deppy played that. Deppy played that a little bit scared. I actually think if he manned up there and fought the Huskar, he would have beaten him. If he can do that, if he can kill him during the Rage is level 1. Never mind. I'm a liar. If Rage was higher leveled, that's the level 6 Rage, he can fight the Huskar, but it's only level 1, which is 3 seconds, and he's not killing the Huskar in 3 seconds. Because he can't stack up the Burning Spears while he's raged. So, okay. Good play by Deppy. He's a better lifestealer than all of us, so well played, Deppy.
I mean, I'll have you know, my lifesteal is pretty good.
Better than Deppy's?
Probably not. Probably not.
like you're going for bold claims here, my friend.
I wasn't saying anything about being bad. I just said my dice is pretty good. I just
followed my silly instruction and tried to fight the lifestealer there. Or fight the Huskar there, not the lifestealer.
I also lied. I don't know when. I think I probably lost one game with the lifestealer in like 2019.
Yeah, you're gonna pick like if when you're drafting, you pick lifestealer and go, we need something that pierces BKB and has a save. No, Legion Commanders, the only one.
What I do is I pick Lifestealer when it's in my cavern crawl.
Middle.
Oh, they toss back Jappa. He doesn't have a Ravage. He's actually a lot of damage. Nice flame break.
But you don't want to lasso him.
Away, and that should be enough. Should be enough to finally destroy Le Watermelon.
With the fishes.
Just great understanding by Sun 5. Like, you never want to lasso Town Hunter as Batrider because Kraken actually dispels it. So, Castaway kept the spell, didn't use it, just kept chucking out stickies and flame breaks. Oh, they found Grove.
Comes out, he's going to be able to get out of harm's way. Timing Clockwork goes in. It's the big point. MD trying to toil through, but he won't be able to. However, they lose TKC as well. Deppy wants out now. Flame break again, bouncing people around. Pinball's not over, friends. Buyback comes in from the Clockwork. That's, oh no. Oh, Chosen One, you have been chosen. You've been chosen by energy, but they aren't quite able to get on top of him. Castaway, just tossing through the sticky airport and making sure they can't get onto the Chosen One gyrocopter.
Okay, Lifestealer's out of here. He wants to go heal up again.
That's weird because, I mean, although it's a support for a core, the buyback kind of offsets it a bit. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, because they got nothing out of the buyback. notAhero? Brains?
That buyback kind of like deterred Sun 5 from going more. I know they lost the MD there, but Castaway still had lasso. But they also didn't use Ravage. I don't think you fight into that because Ravage came back off CD, so... Look at the warding though, HellbirD. 2 obs for the side of Sun 5, kind of in the same place. Sentries everywhere. This middle is a battle at the moment because both teams are trying to get this tower down to try and get map control. All the towers are still alive. What's going on? We're approaching 17 minutes. Every single tower in the game is still up.
That's actually crazy. I was also looking at the vision, like Mr. Observer hit F2 and then wait a couple of seconds, wait a couple of seconds, and then hit F3. So everyone can see how the map looks because it's honestly pretty dark out there at the moment.
Frank's going in.
Again, managed to catch out the hoodwink, but he's got speed on his
Oh,
side.
Soup.
Tosses down the acorn shot. They haven't been able to quite find him. They still want him though. Flamebreak will not connect, and Soup might just be free.
This
Free
team is
from the
leaving him.
Tira.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they,
Wait up.
you know,
They
that
actually
is a bit
TP'd
weird.
out. Oh, but they're going on empty middle. That was the play because they're chasing Soup top.
And look
Oh,
at
that's
that
clever
meld damage as
play.
well. And
Radiant's
MD's
top
falling
tower is
behind.
under attack.
For
Yeah,
the
but
first
that
time in the
is-
game, Adastum is actually ahead of him. So a beautiful bit of work from Energy Esports, making a really good call, as you mentioned. While Sinister 5 chased down a support, they said, we'll take the big cheese.
But also, like, the path that Soup went, like, that had to have been communicated. Pull them top, then we'll kill Huskar middle, because the TPs were straight to middle and they went onto MD. And now without this Huskar, it's not so easy to fight here. Because he's kind of their main front line at the moment.
Can they hold it out? Do you see the Ravage dealer, Jappa, on the front lines at the moment? He knows exactly where he needs to stand, and they're going to be able to pull off a T1 tower successfully. And there's an invis on a Titan.
So what I like what Adam did here. Like we talked about it in the draft that I thought he needed to go Dragon Lance this game, not just blank Deso. And he's got the Dragon Lance with the Desolator. It kind of gives him a bit of range away from the Huskar, and he can also turn it into a pike. So if the Huskar tries to jump him with the life break, you can just kind of push him away and then hit him with the Deso hits afterwards. So nice little pickup by him. I know it's a standard item on the hero at the moment, but as it goes later into the game, it is an item that can like make Huskar's life pretty miserable. He's going for a BKB next, which is crucial. BKBs are big this game for Energy because
Is under attack.
obviously Lifestealer's got his own built-in one. He's going straight Scardy HellbirD. He's not going HellbirD, he's going straight Scardy Devin HellbirD person. Following?
No, not anymore. I was following, now I'm just totally confused.
And they got a Grove Bow. Who took the Grove
He's
Bow?
not going HellbirD, he's going Scardy HellbirD person. Good.
Yes, exactly. I'm so happy you got
Radiant's
that.
bottom tower is under attack.
Grove is doing shenanigans again. His Axe is significantly slower this game. I think the previous game ran about this time he almost had it. He's still 2,000 gold away, so this is... it's pretty big. That he's been slowed down and he just hasn't been able to completely run over this game. Yappa has gone Solar Crest first item. I guess it's just to kind of destroy this Huskar because they were concerned about the pick. Now TA with Tide can kind of just mold through this Husk. But he went Pipe the previous game, and Pipe is still pretty good this game because they need BKBs. Gyro's damage, like we said in the early stages, is magical.
Oh, Caster in trouble in top lane. He will blink away though, but Jappa interested. I want to make a point though. You know, at the moment this game is 10-10 with a 1k less net worth lead, but I want everyone to take a look at the experience at the moment because that's what's significant. 4,000 in favor of NG Esports. It's not huge, like it's not like
mainly
game
on the
ending,
Lifestealer.
but it's
All of it
significant.
all of it's on Lifestealer and TA. Literally all of it. It's 2 levels each above the enemy cores. So very, very significant. His Lifestealer pick is done well. Is he gonna go Heaven's HellbirD next? No, oh, we said he's going Scardy. What am I talking about? He's going Scardy HellbirD, not HellbirD.
I actually think that's what I'll do, right? I'll change my nickname to HellbirD, like the item, because I feel like that's better than HellbirD, like the bird of hell.
But I thought
the
you liked
evil
it.
one. I do, but like,
Yeah, and a Phoenix is like way cooler than a HellbirD. So you kind of chose poorly there.
I was like 11 or something when this happened, and then I changed my name to Devin, right?
I
And
want
then
to
people
be
were
a
like,
HellbirD.
"You're a Devin, that's your name." Haha, HellbirD, good one. So I got trapped into it. Okay, that's literally what happened. I was
what about-
outie.
So what about Crow or something like that, or
No, what about like Devin? There we go. You know what? I almost like narrator or something. There we go. There's like a good one, right? Anyway.
Tiny Penguin, or I can see you pull that off.
Tiny
Penguin.
penguin.
What you said, tiny Penguin sounds way better.
Okay,
Okay,
bye.
so let's have a look at neutrals here quick. We've got a Van Brace on the TA, it's pretty standard. Clockwork's got the keen optic. Ooh, Quicksilver Amulet on Lifestealer. I really like this because when he rages, gets additional movement
Dire's
speed,
middle tower is under attack.
and 20 attack speed every time a spell is on CD.
Yeah.
So if he pops Rage in a team fight, he gets an
Oh,
additional 4%
If
movement
Bound
speed.
said Lifestealer, by the way. He's
Ah,
a
he's
karty at the
fine.
moment. Look
Team
at the
is coming in.
speed! It's Mario Kart now! I love the way he's just like tagging them with the seed creep attack.
And I love that you said Mario Kart because Lifestealer kind of looks like one of the Mario guys went to hell and back to hell and
Okay, I was
back
gonna
to
say,
hell
like,
again.
it's like Wario, but like, you know, after the cocaine addiction or something.
So driving his little carts.
Mario
Lifestealer-
beat him up one time too many, and he was just like, ugh, Lifestealer.
I've had enough now.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, right? I think if Lifestealer and Mario had a battle, I know where my money is on, and it definitely isn't the plumber.
And then Zeus is just standing in the background doing the taunt. Coing! You can see, like, this game is in such a stalemate. We like having to kind of like look at this game
I'm
from a
just
different
having fun,
perspective.
and I hope everyone's enjoying it with us, except for Devin, who says he wants to order chicken mayo pizzas. He's dead to me. But anyways,
You go to
the rest of you, hope you're having a good evening to everyone except for Reddit, manager and owner of XD.
Why? Sorry, HellbirD. Why has this Huskar not taken the growth bow? Why is he keeping Essence Ring?
More HP when you ulti, man. In comes TKC with an ulti of his own, and Schlenks is destroyed. But they might be able to get the trade-off, not quite. Chosen One stuck around for too long, and this time Grove says, sorry, you're on your own. Backs off immediately.
Women and children.
C1 kind of, I don't know what he was thinking there. I know he wanted to get the clock. Lifestealer running at you is, I need to run away now. He just manned up and kind of thought that he was going to get that kill. But trading his life for that clockwork kill is not worth it. So I'm not sure what the thought process was there. And also,
I do
like
kinda
him,
wonder with him being out of this. It felt. Hold on, let's go back. You mentioned before the last time you recall him playing was 2019. Has he been playing in any team since 2019?
no, I not that I know of. He wasn't in the scene last year. So because last year my team was still active and we were playing the teams, he wasn't in any of the big teams that I'm aware of. Maybe went overseas, played some Dota there or something. I'm not sure. I'm not informed, but that looked very questionable. But going back to this growth bow, because this is a big one. Because spears is magical damage. So amps or reduces magic resistance by 15%. So you're effectively amping the stacks by 15% per hit. Gyrocopter also has a lot of magic burst. I know he's taking the Vambrace and he's leaving them on strength because he feels he needs the HP. Your Huskar doesn't need that HP, but one of them needs to take it. This is one of the most broken items in the game at the moment. It's 100 attack range, HellbirD. 100 attack range. Huskar goes, does he have a BKB yet? Yes, he does. He can go Heaven's HellbirD now, or he can go Dragon Lance now before he goes AC, and he can hit people from across the team fight. He doesn't even need to be in the fight because he's got a decent attack range already.
Yeah.
15% on spear stacks is significant because it stacks by it's 20 damage per burn, and they stack. What's the maximum stacks on burning spears? We don't see this here that much. Do you know what the max stacks is? Is there a maximum? I don't know.
I assume it's just the amount, based on your attack speed, right? I don't think there's a max.
Over an 8-second period.
I think it's like
okay,
type. You can just keep going.
But yeah, if you have 5 hits onto a target, that's 100 damage. You're amping it by 15%. It's 115 per second over 8 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's the extra 15 damage over per second for 8 seconds.
Oh,
It's
go the Veil build, right? What was it? Old build?
Veil Huskar.
What was it? It was like Veil and... I suppose like Veil Octarine or something?
Are you not confusing it with Vic gets Huskar life break when he had the with his 25 Odin spells amped by 50%?
It was something like that. There was some stupid
Rubik would just jump someone and they would die. Like, okay, gone. Like HP obliterated.
Well.
Eggs, by the way. Very,
Okay,
very
well,
noticeable.
we're ready up. I mean, ready to go back in. Game was paused for just. Sorry,
Are they going to be
I'm
able to
trying to
rush
find
fast
some
enough?
information. What is so it's just kind of like I'm trying to find some information.
Oh
on
god, nice
Chosen One.
pushback! Deppy's on Grove. Oh, they blocked him, he's dead.
Yeah. Important
Very,
kills, well,
very
but
good
they're
plays.
also doing it alongside picking up the Roshan. That's a beautiful window. 40
Yeah,
seconds
so
to
how
no good.
nice is your draft when your TA can roach with the tide and the rest and your lifestealer doesn't even have to be there? Like the magic of TA, guys. What does Adestam got queued next? Okay, he's got his BKB. He's going Aghanim Scepter next. We've got a 4-staff on TKC on the Clockwork. Aether Lens again on the Hoodwink. Big items for Orson 5. BKB almost done on the Batrider. BKB almost done on. Okay, not almost done.
Lane, they're re-engaging. The Ravage even being used on him here. Die, Travis, die. Sharpshooter will finish the job, and it does look like Energy are starting to pull ahead here.
So that's kind of just to slow down his BKB timing. I guess they saw the Ogre Axe in his backpack and they were like, okay, well, let's ravage this. Has your game also frozen?
My game has also frozen. I was very confused for a second there, but you know, it's only the EGL One Grand winner bracket final. You know, why not? Why not this happen, right? Like, good.
Oh, I just hope like one of the players stayed in so the server stays up.
And you know what? Honestly, this is a remake. If this, like, there's no doubt in my mind that the admins will decide to remake this matchup if this doesn't, because
Don't say
it's not.
things like this.
I'm sorry, but we're here, right? Like, I'm not. I'm connecting. I am back in. No, I'm not back in. This is crazy. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. You know, I kept saying it throughout the event that like this was going to be a crazy tournament, but there are just things you just do not expect to happen. And of course, this is not anything that an admin, a caster, or a player can control. But if we can't get back into this game, we're restarting game 3.
What is happening?
Loading.
Yeah,
Game is
cannot
safe
get.
to leave, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, it's a lobby. It'll be safe to leave.
It was for dramatic effect on heroic. Just go with it.
I can't get back into the game. Can you? Like it. This is a
I won't.
oopsie.
I think it's best we check on the players. We see what's going on,
Yeah.
and unbelievably, I can't help but feel that we are going back to square one. Wow, that just happened. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I think we're going to take a technical pause on the stream itself, and I guess we're going to see you soon with Game 3 of the upper bracket finals of EGL One. And you won't see that every day. We'll be right back. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Obviously, this was not the experience we all anticipated. We thought that we'd have a resolution. Right now, notAhero and I would be in the post-game analysis. We'd be talking about the things that had already passed. But this time, we're living in a parallel universe. A universe where the draft is done. The game is set to go, and we're going to start afresh. So, if you're confused about what's going on, we're in an AP, right? So we're going to redraft the exact same heroes. They're going to try to keep things as consistent as they started. But as soon as those feet touch the deck, pretty much brand new game. So let's do this right. One more time, going to give it a little bit of feed and a little bit of passion. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EGL One with Game 3 of the upper bracket final. Energy Esports versus Sinister 5. Let's go. notAhero, welcome back. Welcome back to all our viewers. And of course, welcome back to all the players. I'm just as excited as I was going into the first one as going... In fact, if I'm totally honest, I'm glad in a way, right? Because we get to see some more great Dota. And who knows?
And this is not the next level. This is like next level now, because now people are going to try and fix the little mistakes they did against certain heroes, and the other people are going to try and fix the other mistakes they did against certain heroes, and it just takes... replaying the first 20 minutes of a game that you just played, knowing that you can have it back, yeah, you're gonna make some adjustments, and
I mean, it's gonna be a trip, that's for sure. Okay, so with that said, we've remade once again, same heroes. That's why we're straight back into it, straight back into action, and we're just gonna get things started off again. Now, obviously the players have discussed this as well, so I just want to bear in mind that everyone's going to be part of the conversation as best as possible. At the end of the day, it's obviously going to have to come down to, just getting on with it, because I'm sure that both these teams were like, hey, we had that one, but the reality is it was pretty close, and this seems to be the fairest thing to do, and we're mimicking what has been done on the international circuit in the past. So we're going to keep with that standard, we're going to go with that. Not everyone's cup of tea, I'm sure. We're just going to make sure that this time around we hopefully don't have any more server crashes. Otherwise, things are going to be even more interesting. But let's take it a fresh start. notAhero, it does also put us in an interesting position.
Yeah,
What are the things you want to see repeated from either side right now?
Just kind of at his time in the mid lane against this Huskar, he kind of rotated out of the lane quite early, and we saw that triangle being taken over. I guess if his supports can secure his
30
triangle a bit
seconds
more
to battle.
effectively, then his impact in the game will come online a bit faster. He did still catch up the previous game, and he was the second most farm hero on the map, and so he kind of just wants to probably get off to a better start. And from the side of Sin 5, they need to try and slow this lifestealer down a little bit. Castaway, yes, he was farming efficiently as well by creep pulling, etc., but Depi on this lifestealer was the highest level in the game. He was the most farmed hero in the game, and they can't just let him have a complete free time like he did, because that also allowed T to start rotating around on the map. And I think if they can keep TKC in this bottom lane a bit longer for Sin 5, that'll be to their benefit in a big degree. Ooh, look at the river.
Yeah, it's been painted
HellbirD.
red for revenge, I guess, because they're revenge on the Dota universe right now. A big thing for me as well, by the way, is MD had a great start against that Aston. He has to do that again, and he has to, I guess, apply the same pressure he did in the first game, which was effectively by not just winning the lane, but he also applied pressure on the triangle as well, made sure that Aston was slow again. He kind of got bailed out in a way, if we're totally honest, by the performance that he had from his one position down in the bottom lane. Depi doing a great job on the lifestealer. But with that said, let's get stuck into it. It's a new game, and that's how everyone needs to embrace it. It is what it is, and it is the de facto, the deciding game 3 here for the upper bracket finals. Once more, Energy Esports take on Sinister 5 in the upper bracket finals of EGL One. I'm still seeing that 697 subscribers number, by the way. Click the button. It was waiting for you. You didn't click it last time. Click it this time. Make sure you subscribe and become a part of the EGL One family. Hey, you know how K-pop people have like their own like little name?
No, I do not. I have no idea what you're talking about.
notAhero,
I have never watched a
that.
single
notAhero
K-pop
is
thing in
a
my life.
massive K-pop
I
fan.
just
He loves
constantly hear
K-pop.
you
Biggest
and
K-pop fan you ever meet in the
your
world.
great fiance talk about it, but
You need,
I have
like an EGL One, army or something. Like what is it gonna be? You get to name it, notAhero.
What happened to the good old days where like Backstreet Boys was just a thing?
Yeah, so EGL One Backstreet Boys. Let's go. Soup gets brought down. That's gonna be your first blood. Jappa also takes a little bit of a tickle there, but in the end, that's gonna be your first blood here, as Schlink's able to get a little bit of extra damage off.
Winning.
So Adestam hasn't opted for level and meld against this Huskar. I guess he's just gonna go kind of full on jungle farming build because he knows the lane is not his favorite. But they've blocked his small camp. Oh, that is horrible for and they've blocked this big camp as well. He's got no triangle, HellbirD. He shoved out the lane and he wanted to go to the jungle, and there's just nothing. They're going on top again. There's 3 heroes.
Again, Soup in trouble here, and with Grove in command in this lane, body blocks as well. You see both Slinks and Grove. I love that. Both of them taking a moment to say, look, you're not moving. We're going to make sure that we get an opportunity to block you off. And it's not over just yet. Jappa has to with the guy shot, but in a way, this kind of helps him. He has to go very far aside. TKC in though with the barrier assault. Wants to try to turn things around, but there's still a tri lane up there top. Effectively, again, they go in on Jappa. They toss him back into the gyro. Maybe not quite the communication they needed, because there was a little bit of extra damage dealt to TKC that could have been provided to the watermelon, and Jappa gets away with it in the end. But the damage then, are they just going to tri lane this? It looks like a big change up from Sinister 5 here, because they definitely weren't this active in the top lane last time around. You can see Schlinks immediately starts dewarding that camp as well. In they go again, aggressively from Grove. He wants to get onto them as soon as possible.
Just completely isolating that the Earth Spirit bottom is not going to do anything to this lifestealer. Like I said, I kind of wanted them to slow him down, but I guess the alternative is let's make sure our gyrocopter has just as good as a time. But he's struggling on CS though. Yes, he's gotten 2 kills onto the Hoodwink. You're only looking at 13 CS compared to the Lifestealer's 20.
He
And
ties
this
it worth,
Lifestealer's
though,
not
by a
gonna slow down.
fraction. So it's okay, but as you mentioned, like, you're committing a lot to make this happen. Oh, the Gyro's career!
Oh, he's level
Gonna be
3.
brought down by TKC here. He's going to toss out the cogs as well. Schlinks on the other side. Rolling Boulder comes through. TKC in a little bit of trouble here again. Imtus deals so much damage as well. He also has a rocket flying out towards him. He's going to be slowed down by the Rolling Boulder as well. The rocket running, run. TKC in trouble here. Do they have the damage? One more hit required and is there. So again, this tri-lane is working out. I think that's one of the old school things about tri-lanes. You have to get kills in order for them to be functionally effective. And they are getting that at the moment. Even scanning out at Aston, who's effectively abandoned the mid lane. He's now letting the Soup take care of the Huskar mid. As you can see, even Schlinks is getting involved now. This is crazy. This looks like they've had their dress rehearsal, if I'm totally honest.
It's just, they really just trying to make Adestam's life as hard as possible. They kind of know that the previous game he even... Oh, look, they're hunting him. The previous game he caught up.
Weren't able to catch him out with the Rolling Boulder. Means he's in trouble. He's actually doing a lot of damage to Grove. And with the Barrier Assault going down onto Schlinks, this has not turned out well at all for Sinister 5. They do manage to potentially tickle the courier, but they're not going to be able to finish it off. And Klinks will be brought down. That's the first kill for NG in this matchup.
Yeah,
And
it's
Adestam will
just,
enjoy that one.
it's just delay tactics over and over again. Keep this TA from getting to a lane, keep her from farming, slow down the jungle farm a bit, don't let it stack. Because see, this Enchantress is still toying with him with the troll creep. Just so tanky, 1400 HP. Oh, Castaway?
Oh no, it was a trap. Adestam actually invested a lot to bring that down. I don't know if it was worth it. In the end, it actually
No
means
extra
Castaway
gold
used
for
a
it.
pretty decent little bit of work himself. I mean, he's actually having a much better time this matchup. Everyone's so rich. They're rich, they're wealthy, they invested in Bitcoin, it didn't crash in this universe, and they're getting a lot of money out of the deal. Because, I mean, look at Castaway, he's already at 2.3k. I mean, 3 of the top 4 at the moment are Sinister 5 net worth at the moment. And one of those is Post
Adam's-
1's Gyrocopter.
Don't run there, Adam. Whoa. They have given this mid lane to Soup, so he's going to have a bit earlier level 6. And they are trying to stack for Adestam as well. But they're going to have to try and protect these stacks, because if MD gets into there, he can take them. But Sinister 5 is going to try and put pressure on this middle side now. You can see the Wildling Ripper is already here, just trying to tornado the creep wave down, push it out. They want to try and create the map pressure and cut down the space for this Templar Assassin. Because he can't lane. Like, this Huskar is just completely destroying him in the lane. Oh, they're going on middle.
Back, he gets the ult as well. Gets off the disable though, and MD is able to finish the job. TKC around, but not able to offer any value to that fight. At the moment, things actually still in NG's favor. I want to point that out. They're actually ahead on the net worth at the moment by a fraction, and I think if I take a look at the experience, they're also ahead in the experience. So, although it's 1 to 4, NG, I actually think they've had a better start.
It's
this
just
is
the
weird.
delay tactic. Oh, Grove?
And Grove
He's
caught
on
out here,
TKC.
TKC running him down, and looks like they
Castaway
will have
here
the
as well.
damage, potentially turn things around here. MD in trouble though, has to back off. No armor this time, does have the Fairy Fire. Now turns and delivers to Adestam, and he has so much damage. Deletes him. Adestam totally underestimating the amount of work he could do, and Soup in trouble too. Grove running him down, he has Schlinks as well in support. Does manage to get to that tree line, so putting a little bit of distance between them. They bring down the back rider. It says, how? Soup. Maybe? I don't know. TKC killed him.
I think Yappa should be rotating for this. Like, he's got Ravage. He's just sitting top trying to compete with C1, but 3 heroes running at your TA at this stage. In the previous series before this was remade, we kind of saw Tidehunter like come in with clutch Ravages at the right times, and it did a lot for energy, and I kind of think he needs to keep doing that. He's got Phase Boot, Soul Ring, but he's now just contesting C1 in this lane. He's trying to slow him down because the Gyro is farming pretty decently, but use Ravage when you have it, I guess. That's just my feel, because the triangle is not protected. Adestam can't farm. Deppy is having a free time again, like kind of just like the last game, but Yappa needs to be putting pressure. Like, Adam is going to keep being hunted over and over again.
This triangle certainly no longer belongs to And you mentioned it before,
Following the stack as well.
game as well. It was the bridge, or under the bridge where the troll lives, and that's exactly what's happening. Get MD just farming that ancient stack, and this is a big influx of valuable resources as well coming to the Adestam. Of course, he's being denied it. 2-chip vets will drop at the exact same moment though. I guess both.
But look how
players
Five is
wouldn't
playing
mind.
the map. Look how Sin5 is playing the map. Batrider is taking out the jungle camps in the bottom area. Like, he's even pulling creep waves to do him. So he's maximizing.
Adestam get caught out mid, and MD is there as well. They will use the ulti as well, and Adestam will fall again. Big
Yeah,
kill
he just
here.
has nowhere to farm. He has nowhere to farm. Castaway is clearing out the entire jungle with the Batrider, and the Huskar is controlling the triangle. He's got nowhere to go. If he wants to hit creeps, he actually has to go to the dire side at the moment. And it's showing on the net worth. He's falling further and further behind. Ooh, Clockwork.
MD
Do they
caught
even
out
want
mid
this?
lane.
Hey.
Will get caught up by the sharpshooter as well, but he is alive for the time. He isn't able to arm the toggle through that. So a nice pick-up for Energy Esports. They return fire. They lose their mid, but they find the mid of the opposition as well.
Maybe
And
getting a
keep
bit
coming.
late because
Adestam
that was a
wants-
misplay by by MD. MD could have purged the break there by using life break.
Maybe he's not as
But-
good a Husker as you.
No.
Just
Who
like
is a
perhaps
good Husker
I'm a
player?
better
Is there
life
such
streamer
things in this
than
world?
Deppy. Who
Is-
knows?
Is,
I mean,
is,
no,
is-
can't know for sure.
So it's kind of this hoodwink hero because people only like after a while started figuring out that you can purge it with Lotus Orb and Manta, etc., Yules and so on. But yeah, Huskar can definitely just purge the break with the. Maybe it was on CD, I'm not sure, but he definitely didn't use it there. Like I said, it's also maybe getting a little bit late. He's doing well to keep their towers alive. Okay, not getting space. Okay, he's farmed the ancient stack now.
Deppy is huge though.
Feels
Honestly,
better.
5,000 net worth at 10 minutes. That is enormous. He is not having a hard time, and they've kind of sacrificed. I think one of the big plays that Since5 went for here is they commit their tri lane to top to make sure that Chosen One had a better game, but at the same time, it's actually result in Deppy also having a better game. He is, when we say free farm, this is pretty much as efficient as it's going to get.
Yeah, and the thing is, TA has a catch-up mechanic because of the way the hero functions and how she farms. So even shutting the space down for Adestam, he is going to catch back up. He is going for that Dragon Lance build that we spoke about in the draft. They're going on top. Ravage used. Oh, they missed the sharpshooter!
And this will
They
be
still got him.
killed regardless.
That was a... It was a little bit of a whiff there by Soup. It was Ravage, missed the sharpshooter. I don't know if it was maximum range and he was kind of pulling it a little bit, but ended up getting the kill regardless. So nothing lost there, only gain. They're invading. They're running it at Adestam. He needs to run. Oh, he ran into the boulder.
Yeah, and there is definitely going to be a kill here on the TA. So they lose their gyro, but they pick up Adestam. I kind of feel like normally that's a 1-for-1, right? But the reality is that they have a bigger one right now, and that's the Lifestealer who's just tagging away at top lane at the moment. Will pick up the...
And they're getting map control. The tower is going down. But Huskar just gets the bottom one as well. So immediately trades, and then there's 3 heroes middle to pressure your towers.
They're looking for it as well.
Oh, they're TPing in. Tider's coming
Yeah,
in.
and the Fighters, but remember, he doesn't have that Ravage, so he's going in. He will at least scare people, but...
Yeah. And he's not that tanky. Like, he is a Tide Hunter with level 3 Kraken, but most Tide Hunters go Pipe or Hood first item. He's opting for the Solo Crest build, kind of the same thing he did the previous game, so they can fight this Huskar, but he is not that tanky. Gyrocopter Burst. Oh, that's a good one.
And the ulti comes down with the call.
Oh, that's the gyro!
Top shot off with Deppy in the front line. He actually blocked the hook shot, which means the Chosen One does get an extra life here. Able to back off MD on the front line. He should go down here. How good are those Angler tolls? You need them now. Not good enough. Chosen One backing off, and Energy just deletes Sinister 5. All the hard work that was done earlier suddenly falls apart as Sinister 5 lose 3-0, and that wasn't even with a Ravage in the play.
I just wanted to say the same thing. Like, that was without Ravage. Huskar just dies because of this medallion build that Yappa is going for into Solo Crest. It allows Adestam to fight, and I love that. I know I spoke about this in the previous game as well, but I love that he's going for the Dragon Lance over the Deso against the Huskar, because it just allows you to outrange him and actually, like, you can fight him. And later on in the game, it can turn into a Hurricane Pike. So this Dragon Lance pickup really nice. He's getting minus armor from the medallion, so Deso not that crucial at the moment. And his way to now getting us there. So he's almost got the first mithril hammer, and now there's space for him because the top tier 1 is down, the mid tier 1 is down. He can now start moving around the map a bit more freely, and Depi is just getting bigger and bigger. But for the side of Sinister 5, halfway to the Heaven's HellbirD on Huskar, Castaway is going BKB. Is it BKB into Blink? Last game, I think he went Blink Dagger first, so we'll have to have a look at that. Poof once again. Aghanim's Rush. This time he's a bit more farmed. We've got to get that quite early. And what's Gyro going? Straight into Ags, HellbirD. Not even a casual Yasha.
Get the running boiled out before kicking away TKC mid. Does manage to get away in the end, but he's still definitely in trouble. Again, running boulders across the career line. Once out, desperately, we'll have another one available, and he will keep going. And I think he's probably putting enough. I say this, but Clock picked the right path, and he's in trouble now. Kicks him away and goes down, but he catches out the life stealer. So I'll kill that creep and that creep. Oh, and that oddly looking rocket creep.
So I don't like what C1 is doing here on the gyrocopter. Usually with gyros, you kind of get a transition item before you go Ags, otherwise you just farm too slow. So it's usually Maelstrom into Ags or Drums into Ags. Maelstrom over the last few years has become the more popular choice. But he's going straight Ags Rush HellbirD, and look how it's affected his net worth. He had a complete uncontested lane. This time that was pressured for the entire 15 minutes is overtaken him. Castaway is above him, Huskar is above him. Like, his farm will start accelerating once he has the Aghanims, but it's effective with the Maelstrom because of the additional proc chance. So I don't like this by C1. It's going to slow down his timings way too much, and this gyrocopter is never going to feel fight ready.
I will say this as well. Like, I mean, I actually reached out to Knoxville because I know he was a friend of Chosen One, and I thought maybe he would have some contact with them. But during this broadcast, by the way, and he made the comment he hasn't spoken to him in a while. So it really does feel like Chosen One has just been absent from Dota. I assume he's been playing ranked or something like that. I mean, he definitely doesn't look like a bad player by any means. But the thing is that stepping into these kind of environments, they take time. You can't just walk straight back into Dota and be like, well, I'm done now. I'm back here. Cool, guys.
Yeah, like, so he had a solid performance in the second game, but I do think his farm was accelerated. They are smoked up here. They're going for a gang. Clockwork.
And then walk straight into Chosen One again. They'll hit the hook shot, and he's got a gift as well. It's Deppy. It wasn't a gift that you want. It's like getting socks on your birthday.
Socks on you. I like socks. I need some socks. But the socks on your birthday is only bad when you're a kid. Like when you get older and you get socks, or even like underwear, and you're like, oh yes, I haven't bought socks in 2 years. Thank you so much.
You know, it's exactly that, and you just like, when you remember how comfortable new fresh socks are, do yourselves a favor, fans. If you like Dota and you wear socks, you should buy yourself new socks. And the fact that you're here means you both like Dota and you wear socks.
If you like Dota and wear socks, definitely, you are a guy.
And of course, by the way, EGL One is not sponsored by any sock providers, but you know, sponsors in the Dota 2 industry are always welcome. You know, and of course, it's a good opportunity to remind you that the sponsors, HP and Omen, have done a fantastic job bringing this tournament together. And I really, like, jokes aside, we are very fortunate to have providers like them. But towards Roshan they go, they catch out Chosen One. They just strong we can contribute any more than the cooldown. However, MD, he goes in far. He wants this fight. In a fight comes out, Death is going to be brought down. Big kill, very big kill. And TKC going to catch him out. However, MD happy to fight. But he's in trouble now. He's caught up by Soup. Does Omental, can he survive? He's still standing! MD, you beauty! Soup in trouble, being run down by Castaway. And guess what? You're not out of the woods just yet, because MD wants to finish the job. And Roshan is like the McDonald's meal of Roshan. You're going to get him for cheap this time around. The job was mostly done. 5, 4, 0, and the age is up on MD. Sinister 5.
That was a bit of a misplay by Energy. Lifestealer should have stayed in the pit, and they should have just baited the Ravage. I think Yappa was a bit quick on the trigger there. They did bring down C1, but that just allowed the rest of Sinister 5 to carry on fighting. And leaving Roche at that HP with 5 kills, this is 3 gifts. Like, just bait the Ravage a little bit, be the tanky body, make sure the lifestealer and the TA finish Roche, and then you take the fight.
Mid lane, no,
You going in?
fight's not over just yet. They do catch up Grove. He's silenced up. You one side. He's not going to get out. And it does mean that they do have the Aegis to work with. Once again, they go onto the lifestealer. Depi takes a lot of damage. He'll hitch a ride though with the TA. Yappa kind of left alone, but looks like since 5 and have to back off. They've lost their 2 supports already. I say this! Castaway goes straight in. He walked into a TKC pretty low.
Oh, good pushback!
Brought down. However, look at the cores just melting from Sinister 5. They managed to pick up another, but MD in trouble. He's going to stand turn his ground, but he has to do some pretty crazy work here to stay alive. Right now, he's up against 3. They get him out with a bushwhack as well. Still has the armor to work with. Can he make this happen? He wants to go in the backline. Soup will be caught out. So he catches him out, and they do damage to Addiston. Can he TP out MD? You god of Dota. Holy everything. I would swear if I weren't so
Gets
well behaved.
away from the lifestealer, waits for the rage to wear off, uses the disarm, and then TPs. What? That was a play. Addiston just got a growth bow though. He's gonna be smiling.
He really will.
This Husk even further away. No, it's a really big deal. Like he needs range on this Huskar. Like I said, after BKB, he's probably gonna turn this Dragon Lance into a Hurricane Pike. He needs to be able to move away from him and hit him. So really nice. And Depi's going for the Scotty build again, so they can chunk through this Huskar faster. Just needs to reduce the regen because no one really wants to go Silver's Edge, and that also allows the Hoodwink not to like having to force use the break on the Husk. But they need something to stop this Batrider from lassoing Depi. The only problem at the moment. If Castaway gets on top of Depi with the Lifestealer, they lose a chunk of their net worth, they lose a big chunk of their damage. Because that disable duration just can't happen. He's got the Sange, so there is some status resistance. What is TKC going? He's got a 4-staff, I think it's going Ag, so there's no Lotus Orbs or Lincoln Spheres or anything like that coming out to kind of just protect this Lifestealer. I guess if they can control Castaway in the
drink that Scotty again on Depi.
Yeah, it's to fight the Huskar. It's pretty good against Gyro as well. If you get on top of him, he can't run away from you. And they have disables, BKB disables as well, like Clockwork. So I guess I don't feel like he needs a bash or anything along those lines. I like the Scotty a lot. But Heaven's HellbirD, he'll probably turn the Sage into Heaven's HellbirD after that. Because Heaven's HellbirD on ranged heroes is super
Ruins
good.
their life.
Like, yeah, 5 seconds of disable. Huskar falls into that category. Oh, Adam.
Managed to catch on at them again. And these are big kills. I mean, I want to bear in mind that like Castaway is currently higher in net worth than Adastum's TA. And that is bizarre because although, you know, you look at a Batrider, it is a flash farmer, quote unquote, but it's almost like a first 15 minutes flash farmer. You know, it stops after a while. And
Addiston didn't have a first 15 minutes.
there you go. There you go.
They were just controlling him completely. Like, really good plays by the supports, Schlinkson and Grove, just making sure there was no space for Addiston on the map, and then by also taking away all those jungle camps at the beginning of the game.
So it looks like since 5
Tower is
cards,
big.
they get to for free. You can see Depi in the top lane has no interest in fighting this one. So they pick it up pretty easily, and then he does have a little bit of support with Soup in the back lines.
Yeah, he's really close to the Scotty. I guess he's just saying that he's not going to be joining anything until he has it. They do have Ravage up on Tidehunter, and he's got a Blink now as well. Blink with full Solar Crest, so they can kind of choose the Ravage angles a bit better, make sure he gets on top of this Huskar, so the TA can start pumping damage onto him. I do think this growth bow is going to be significant in these team fights as well. But Addiston is also about 2,000 gold away from a BKB, and I do think they'll probably want to wait for that. Oh, did they find him top?
Yeah, they did catch out Soup actually. He's off a decent disable though. So the Bushwhacker slow down Castaway, but it's not over just yet. Well, it is over now.
Oh,
Castaway goes the wrong
Batrider
way.
used to be king of the trees, but now I guess Hoodwink has taken over that title. Like, oh, I found the Hoodwink, and then just get bushwhacked to a tree. Mass TP's coming in bottom.
Body coming out for the Lifestealer, by the way. So he gets.
Oh, he's got a TD.
It's gonna be hard bottom lane. MD trying to deal with Adastum, and he's getting a lot of damage. Adastum in trouble here and should fall and does fall. Grove wants to finish off TKC as well, and of course with the backup he has. Take that Superman punch, Roman Reigns style. MD will finish off the Clockwork as well.
They
I actually am
are.
not a fan of Roman Reigns. Just saying hashtag Braun Strowman down to let's go.
Sin 5 is just hunting way more efficiently the energy at this stage of the game. Energy needs to start making plays with the Clockwork plus the Hoodwink, but they kind of just protecting the cores at the moment. Super City constantly pushing out this top lane and trying to make sure Depi has a game. But and TKC was sitting behind Adestam, but TKC by himself is not going to be able to save Adestam. They need more bodies. Batrider's TPing top,
He
Castaway.
still doesn't have a Blink Dagger, but he is in a good position to potentially just Firefly over and catch out the likes of Super. That's all he wants. He wants the Chunkus Depus, which is of
This
course
team is not coming in.
the
though.
Life Stealer, and he might
Yeah,
just
they
get him. He sees it. Does he want? He's gonna go for the little raccoon. Hoodwink before instead. Interesting decision. I thought he would go for the Life Stealer, but
they're going mid.
I guess. And TPs are flying in. Clockwork will catch out Grove. Grove needs to be careful here. He does have the Ags, so he's able to get out of harm's way. Very big roll means that since the 5 do start to just sneak ahead a little bit here. Let's take a look at the graphs.
I
At the
think
moment,
the fatigue is. Sorry, HellbirD, carry on.
well, I'll make it quick. 2,000 net worth, 2,000 XP, and about a 62% win chance for Since 5. notAhero, you're up.
I think the fatigue is starting to sit a little bit in on these players because TKC could have cock pushed the Earthspirit back there, and then obviously that stone wouldn't have come out, and then it might have been a kill because then you can like block his roll afterwards as well. Not sure if it's a little bit of fatigue, just a little bit of miscommunication. But we are seeing a little bit more mistakes by both sides than we did in the previous game, and both teams trying extremely hard to grip their advantage on this game. Only 2k at 25 minutes. That's very significant.
Well, I mean, bear in mind, in a way, you could kind of look at this as best of 5, right? Let's pretend that both teams won game 3. Then both teams would be required to win this game to win the tournament, right? So, like, it kind of feels like a best of 5, right? Like, you do expect to see...
Advance in the tournament.
Well, it would be a grand final, in which case, I mean, who does a upper bracket best of 5? I want to go back to the days of BO7s. notAhero, you young whippersnappers will never know what it was like to cast a best of 7. I've cast a best of 7. I know what it feels like.
It was not fun. After the fourth game, you really to just like, okay, I don't even know if I want to still play this game.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I've cast and played in a BO7. I'd rather play in a BO7 because you just let the madness take over. You still have to do a job when you're. TKC. TKC does fall down here. And they get the courier, the ward. Oh,
what stopped this TP there? I thought he was out.
I think it was the running ball.
He missed it and he instantly started TPing.
Dude, that thing has like no cooldown. Look at it go. Boulder. In comes Castaway. In comes the Ravage! Get wrecked! Adestam, those solos flipping out. He does not survive. Ravage for one. Hookshot on everybody, but they'll bring down another. And they're all wrapped around the trees. They're enjoying the shade because Sinister 5 just spend energy esports. Don't get confused now, because there's an EN logo or an EN symbol on Chosen One, but he has a no love lost for doing some damage here today, and it's starting to look like a Sinister 5 night.
That was a insane Ravage, but the problem is Adestam was already out by that stage. They need to keep this TA alive to do damage. He's even going MKB now because they keep missing the Huskar because he's got the Heaven's HellbirD. And it's just, they need so much HellbirD to like bring this game back. That Ravage was
out energy. Sorry, Sinister 5. It's Chosen One, stop it. Stop confusing poor little HellbirD. Shard and Cheese. Where's it going, notAhero?
What is Huskar Shard? I think Huskar, the inner fire when you stun type of story. That's pretty good. Like that's like I think that's by far the best one. Earthspirit is pretty good as well. He doesn't have it yet. He gets an extra. No, wait. No, that's the eggs where you get the extra remnants. Doesn't he get 8 extra remnants from Shard? No. Charge count by 4 on the Earthspirit. So 4 extra stones on the Earthspirit is also pretty good. But I do think Huskar being, if he's disabled, that he can still cast in a
just-
fire is dumb.
I have to make a point here. If you're watching this right now, you could be, and I want you to think about this for a second. You could be the 700th subscriber to Esports. Click the button. We're literally at 69.9. I want to set 700 number tonight. Click it. Do it. Red. Go. I'll actually help you out here. If you're watching on the stream, click the little full screen or hit F. It'll make the screen smaller. And click the little big red subscribe button. You want to do it? Give me your best attempt at a thumbs up in what is it? ASCII code, right? Give me your best thumbs up in ASCII once you've done it. I want to see who's going to be our 700th subscriber. All right.
Oof. Energy needs to get out of their base. Are they looking to smoke? But yeah, Yappa can't be sitting in the base behind DP here. Both supports are also they after that big Ravage play still losing or Castaway going on Adastam. He's in trouble.
I am top laning and he does have support this time though.
Oh, the boomerang though.
Work there by Soup. Take that Castaway. Shush. Silence. Sit down. They say, but he gets safe. Grove, you are too good at the game of the Dotes.
But why did the
Michael.
hook shot not connect onto Grove?
Because he was currently, or I think it was out the way, but I mean, he was aiming for Castaway, but you know what? Castaway was stoned.
Yeah,
So
but Grove was right behind him.
Radiant's top
That was a
tower
really
is
weird
under attack.
interaction. I'll have to go watch that again. It kind of looked because Castaway was a stone,
Radiant's top tower
didn't
has
pick
fallen.
up there was a hero behind the stone.
Radiant's top tower
That
is
was
under attack.
extremely strange. I don't even know what to make of that. But yeah, boomerang up on the hoodwink.
Dire's middle
That
tower
is significant. It's gonna
Radiant's top
really have
tower
big
has
magic
fallen.
sources, but stuns, etc. last longer. So hit a few heroes with a boomerang. Status resistance 25%, Ravage lasts 25% longer. So
About
that
that
is
Radiant structures
about that
are
Ravage,
fortified.
because
Dire's middle
I
tower
can't help but
is under
notice how stacked up Sinister 5 are at the moment. That's an invitation. Yappa, do you want it though? TKC, he's keen on going on this too. Castaway going to try slow things down with the Flame Blast. Then break.
boomerang.
In comes the Brolink Boulder from Grove. They drop the ulti from the Gyrocopter. However, more importantly, Adastam, he's being surrounded. There's the Catchbow, but guess what? He's got allies. The Ravage hits 3, empty is low, but he hasn't been brought down yet. Depi and Co. just trying to bring down whatever they can, but he has to hitch a ride with Jumper because he's pulled back out, and again, in comes Grove. He's caught out Jumper, and he's got a little friend inside of him. If they can finish off, they'll get a gift, but they aren't quite able to do so. Super solo. Schlink's able to watch the explosions, though, as he does fall, and the first racks will fall with it too. Energy!
Radiant's top tower
If you don't like purple, if you like orange, and you specifically don't like green right about now, you're gonna have to change things up because Sinister 5 might be your first ever EGL One Grand Finalist.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It's just they have what they need to be pressuring the game at the moment. Adastam is completely being controlled. He's going in every fight. His heroes just being stone kicked back. They burn the refraction with the Batrider or the Huskar.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's just
is
he needs
Radiant's
another
bottom
item.
tower.
I know he's going MKB next, but I would have really liked Tidehunter to pick up a Lotus or definitely a Lotus just to put onto whoever the Batrider wants to go on.
Radiant's bottom
And they just didn't item much for this
Going for
bat.
Megas right now. Deppy's running away. MD, he wants to bring the time, but it's got backdoor protection. That, you know what, doesn't have backdoor protection? Deppy, because he's down, he will buy back immediately. And now Sharpshooter goes down, will pop the Aegis. Grove in a little bit of trouble, being tapped away on by Deppy. He will fall down, all alone in the middle. MD, what can you get out of this one? One Soup as a little bit of a taster. Whilst he is likely to be brought down, he'll at least get something out of the deal. But more so, one ranged Rax is all that stands between Energy Esports and Mega Creeps.
It's really rough for the side of Energy now. They have heroes that can deep push weight lanes pretty effectively. Tidehunter can do it quite fast, so can TA. They need a Lotus, and I do think Yappa's the one that needs to get it. He's still going for this Heaven's HellbirD because they feel they need to be able to control this Huskar. I guess Lifestealer didn't finish his HellbirD, so it's kind of a he needs to get it scenario, but someone needs to get a Lotus. Hoodwink has a full Aghanim Scepter. I know the Boomerang is pretty cool, but what is really benefiting this game of Boomerang? Ravage, the duration of the the bushwhack. So it's all little small things, but something like a Lotus Orb could have changed this game for them.
Well, the question remains though, energy. Calling the GG is not an option right now. You want this grand finals. You know that you've worked so hard this year to become such a formidable side. There's no ways in hell Sinister 5 are going to get an easy tap out here. But they still have work to do because bottom lane, range racks of hope. The greatest range racks that exist in mankind today. Just standing between what is a truly massive win for Sinister 5. Adestam is able to run this one off. Had the BKB up and not a much follow-up damage coming from Slink. So although they caught him out, they weren't actually too keen on taking the fight. What it has done, however, is of course just giving them about a 60-second window where they can cause a little bit of havoc around the map without having to worry about that TA BKB.
Grove's got a BKB now as well. 8 seconds. Oh, he's going in. Kick.
Of course,
Back
get
towards
to.
his...
Gonna be Jupper. He
Ravage?
really likes him. He dropped the Ravage. The damage from just the two of them. The sharpshooters there as well. But once again, in comes Drive. Back you go, Jupper. You belong on our side. You will rolling ball up. But Chosen One, he's taking a lot of damage. MD helping out though. He managed to find the first kill onto the clockwork. Castaway Flame Break doesn't quite work favorably. BKB's up. He doesn't have the ulti, but Adestam, he's so low. And Deppy limping towards the fountain. They'll stay alive a little longer. What's the buyback status like? Because that's what's important. Does the tight end have? No. Does the clockwork have? No. Does Energy have a hope right now? That remains to be seen, but they're going to have to do something magical. The catch out MD here. The boomerang connects. Deppy wants to help him up, but Grove says no. And Energy are running in between the fountain and their throne because Sinister 5, they want to take this all the way. They're going to bring down an Aston. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They just don't want to dast them. They want something a little bit prettier than that, a little bit more impressive than that. A memory just like that. GG! Sinister 5, your first ever EGL One Grand Finalist. And yes, it was a weird night, but it is a green night. Take that! Ian, you have a date with XD, and I do not envy you.
What a game. Oh.
You won't see much better than that.
3 HellbirD. It went to 3.
It went to infinity, my man, because honestly, that was such an amazing series. It was full of drama, intensity, moments of brilliance for almost every player on the map. In fact, yes, every player on the map. I cannot say enough how phenomenal this series was. And it's one of those moments. I said to you before, and I'll say it again, that EGL One is magical. And the fact that we got to this opportunity to see something that you'll never forget, it's the kind of thing that casters like us, perhaps not even us, perhaps a caster sitting in the chat today, who will reminisce about this moment, who'll talk about it in a grand final of their very own one day, about what happened here today. The story is not done just yet. That's the most amazing part. Like, it sets things up so beautifully. Let me put it to you for a second, right? You have the likes of XD waiting down below. They are playing such good Dota, and they want to be a grand finalist. And of course, they've got their shots in it, both Sinister 5 and Energy. They are the dark horse of this tournament, but they're not the regular dark horse. They're not the one that you're used to seeing that might stand a chance. They're the kind of dark horse that might crush everybody, right? Then you have Sinister 5, who are on this redemption path, and well, it's looking pretty good when you get to a grand final. And now you have Energy, who want nothing more in the world but to just crush everything that stands in between them and this title. It's not going to get better than that. You are in the right place for South African Dota. Let me tell you that much, because it'll be a long time, and I've been doing this for a long time. It'll be a long time so you can top this one. All right. notAhero, I'm sure you have a lot to say, and I am genuinely eager to hear it.
I don't know. This is a bit of a roller coaster evening. Like, we had 3.5 insane games. So it's just been up and down, and well played to Sinister 5 for pulling it through in that game 3. They had Energy had every opportunity to turn that game, and they just countered it. And Grove on that Evesports looked great. MD on the Huskar with clutch disarm TP plays. It just, yeah, it was extremely well done by both teams.
It really was, and again, this story really is not over, man. Oof. I'm loving this. And here's the thing, guys. Normally, this is the point where we tell you we'll see you next Tuesday, we'll see you next Thursday, but then I'll be a liar. I don't like lying to you. When will we see them, notAhero?
Saturday.
That's right. In just 2 days, you're going to see the next outcome. We've been talking about throughout this match, XD versus Energy Esports. And it's going to be beautiful because these two sides are going to hold absolutely nothing back. And of course, the grand finals will be on Sunday, where, who knows? All we know right now is that Sinister 5 is going to be there. That's the only thing. There will be Energy, will be XD. And how does this play out? Is it the dark horse that wants to just, I don't know, stampede over their opponent? Is it the redemption arc of Sinister 5? Or is it just really, really angry Energy Esports? Because I promise you,
But this is
they
now, the ultimate do or die. There's no more second chances. Like, there's 2 games left, 2 series left, and it's winner moves on, and then winner takes all.
Not going to top that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into EGL One. We will see you on Saturday for the lower bracket finals, and of course, we will see you on Sunday for the creme de la creme, the grand finals of the first ever EGL One. But for tonight, look after yourselves, stay safe. We'll see you soon.